Hello everyone, a very good morning and welcome to Byju's Exam Prep. Welcome to another session on international relations. Yesterday we had started with the West Asia region. We covered the basics of West Asia, we understood what are India's priorities and interests and challenges in the West Asia region. So today we shall continue this discussion. We shall understand how India has improved its strategic and defense relations in particular with West Asian countries, and we'll take up some important partners in the region. We'll take a look at UAE and Saudi Arabia. We'll discuss Israel, the Israel Palestine conflict, and India's stand on the issue, along with our relations with Israel. And we'll also talk about India Iran relations. So, yesterday, if you remember, we were talking about the priorities that we have in West Asia. We understood that we have major energy interests, as West Asian countries are major oil and gas suppliers to India. We also understood that the region is home to a large Indian diaspora. More than 10 million people reside and work in these West Asian countries. So, looking after the safety and well being and welfare of the Indian community and the Indian workers is of utmost importance for India. I also told you that the region is very volatile. The region has largely authoritarian, conservative governments. Most of them are monarchies, and you don't have free rights, or you don't have basic fundamental rights, right? Most of them are conservative, autocratic governments. So the region is affected by civil wars. There are frequent conflicts breaking out. Countries are waging covert proxy wars against each other by sponsoring terror groups as well, which gives rise to terrorism and radicalism. So all these are major threats for Indian interests. These events, maybe a terror attack or a war or a civil war, they could disrupt the shipping lanes, especially near Hormuz Strait and Bab el Mandeb, right? In this region, the shipments which come through the shipping channels, the sea lanes of communication, could get disrupted, thereby affecting the Indian economy. Also, the conflicts that break out could affect the safety of our Indian diaspora. So, we may have to evacuate Indians frequently from this region, which means our Indian Navy, Indian Air Force, they need access to the region and they need to have a strong presence in the region. So, in this regard, India has recently got access to a strategic port in Oman known as the Duqm port. You can see that over here. Oman is an extended neighbor of India in the Arabian Sea, and you have a strategic port over here called the Duqm port. And the Indian Navy has got access for logistical support at Duqm port. Similarly, our strategic defense relations have improved with UAE and Saudi Arabia as well. Very strong relations have developed in the last couple of decades. Now, let me tell you why such port access and military relations can be important. Recently, in Sudan, which is located over here in Africa, a civil war broke out and several Indians were trapped in the country just a few months ago, right? Even members of Haki Piki tribe from Karnataka were trapped in Sudan's civil war. So they had to be immediately evacuated by Indian forces, particularly the Indian Navy and the Indian Air Force. Similarly, right now, the Israel Hamas war has broken out and thousands of Indians are trapped in Israel. So the Indians need to be brought back safely from these conflict zones and where these civil war conditions have broken out. So to reach out to these areas and to pull out the Indians, you need tremendous logistical support. If you're sending naval ships, large transport aircrafts, right? You need to work out the logistics. Which airbase will you use? Which airport or which seaport will you make use of? Where will you get refueling and other basic logistical support? You will need a lot of permissions. All the governments here, they need to permit the transit of our vessels and aircraft, and they need to even help us, safely secure the Indians and pull them out of the region. So if you look at the latest civil war in Sudan, India carried out an operation, an evacuation mission to pull out the Indians from here. And in this particular mission, we made use of the Dukum port. Few Indian naval ships were already docked at Dukum port, and we immediately diverted them via Bab el Mandeb Strait into Red Sea and the port city of Jeddah in Saudi Arabia. Over here in the Red Sea, you have the port city of Jeddah, which became the staging ground for Indian operations. So, with the help of Saudi Arabia and even with help from UAE, right, and help from Oman, we managed to deploy enough ships and even aircraft at Jeddah and pull out our citizens from Sudan, from the port of Sudan, and brought them safely into Jeddah. From Jeddah, we flew them back to India. Is that clear? These are very complex missions. In a conflict zone, it's not easy to operate, right? There could be terrorists operating, there could be rival factions targeting each other where active conflict is going on. You need to seek out safe passages and ensure you get all the permissions, the approvals, and the logistical support to pull off this daring evacuation missions. In fact, Indian Air Force even carried out a very daring mission in Sudan where a night landing was carried out in a semi-prepared runway without any communication support. Our strategic lift aircrafts like the C-17 Globemaster, right? Even C-130J Super Hercules, which we have procured from the US. They provide strategic and tactical lift abilities for the Indian Air Force. These large transport aircrafts can land in very short runways and they can take off in very short runways. They can even land and take off in semi-prepared runways. So one such daring mission was executed by Indian Air Force. A C-17 Globemaster landed in complete darkness with zero communication support and pulled out the Indians and came back safely in the middle of the conflict. During the Sudan evacuation at Suez Canal near Egypt, even here there is an important port called Port Said. Fortunately for India, we had a naval ship here as well. Because of the close relations we are pursuing with Egypt, after we invited Egyptian president as the chief guest for the Republic Day parade, close military relations are being pursued with Egypt as well. So as part of a military exercise, a naval ship was docked at Port Said near Suez Canal in Egypt. So we quickly diverted these ships from Port Said of Egypt and Dukum port of Oman, brought them to Jeddah and Sudan and quickly carried out the evacuation. In this evacuation mission, support of UAE and Saudi Arabia were critical. Without accessing Jeddah's ports and airports, we couldn't have carried out the mission. So Saudi government and even UAE government played a critical role in getting all the permissions and the support needed. Is that clear? This was one successful evacuation that we recently carried out. Any idea what was this mission known as? We usually assign a name, a code name for such missions. This was called, very good, Operation Kaveri. The evacuation we carried out from Sudan was named Operation Kaveri. As primarily members of Hakki Pikki tribe from Karnataka were rescued, it was named after the Kaveri River in Karnataka. Similarly, in the latest Israel-Hamas conflict going on in Gaza Strip, even now we are pulling out several Indians, right? And an evacuation mission has been launched. So what is this known as? Operation Ajay. Very good. So kindly remember the names of these operations as well. It could be important for your prelims. You can even quote them in your mains answers. So these are some latest evacuations that have happened in the recent days. So this again highlights the need for maintaining a strong military strategic presence and close defense relations with all these countries, from West Asia to North Africa. These are vital shipping lanes for India that are present between the Hormuz Strait and Bab el Mandeb Strait. So it's critical to ensure that our Navy and our Air Force has enough access to the important ports, air bases, and airports in this region. See, India is not doing this in the last few years. Such complex evacuations have been pulled off by India from at least 30 years. In fact, India has become one of the leading powers in the world today when it comes to carrying out such mass evacuations from the two difficult conflict zones. As I told you, these are not easy missions. It requires a lot of planning, a lot of coordination. It's nothing short of a logistical nightmare. But the Ministry of External Affairs takes the lead in establishing all the diplomatic contacts to get all the permissions and approvals and to contact the Indians, to communicate the evacuation plan and to pull them safely from these regions. It coordinates with the Defense Ministry because naval ships, Indian Air Force, its aircrafts, sometimes even special forces will be needed, like the Garud and Marcos, which are the special forces of Air Force and Navy. They will need to accompany the vessels and aircraft to ensure we pull off this evacuation safely, right? There could be security threats. You also need coordination with civil aviation ministry and civil aviation industry, and also the shipping ministry and the shipping industry, right? Because sometimes even private aircraft and vessels may have to be hired. We may have to charter private aircraft, private airlines. We may have to get large cruise vessels and other private vessels as well to carry out such evacuations, right? So this requires a lot of coordination between different stakeholders. And India has a very rich, successful history of carrying out such evacuations. Recently, we carried out a major evacuation from Ukraine when Russia invaded Ukraine. 20,000 students were trapped, right? So, what was this evacuation mission called from Ukraine? Very good. It was Operation Ganga. Then, just few months before that, when Afghanistan was taken over by Taliban, which triggered a humanitarian refugee crisis, we had to pull out thousands of Indians, including Indian diplomats and our Afghan friends. Do you know what was this evacuation mission known as? Good, very good. Operation Devi Shakti. So, in the last 2 years itself, we have carried out so many evacuation missions. If you look at the past, in 1990, when the Kuwait War and the Gulf War broke out, when Saddam Hussein of Iraq, the dictator, when he invaded Kuwait, triggering the Gulf War, right? It brought US into the conflict as well, leading US to invade and attack Iraq. So thousands of Indians were trapped, almost 190,000 Indians in Kuwait and Iraq. In both the countries, 190,000 Indians were trapped. And we pulled them out safely through the Kuwait airlift. India was very close to Saddam Hussein, as Iraq was a top oil supplier. We had very good relations with Iraq. So we reached out to Saddam Hussein and we got the required permissions and approvals, and a safe passage was created to pull the Indians from Kuwait and Iraq. We brought them to Jordan. From there, they were airlifted to India. The popular Bollywood movie Airlift is based on these incidents. Of course, the movie takes a very different path, right? They take creative freedom. They don't really depict the efforts of the Indian government. They show that one guy pulled off everything. But the reality is, the Indian government played a lead role and a critical role, along with help from the local community members. This was the first major airlift we carried out, and this held the world record for many years until the COVID-19 pandemic, right? This held the world record for the biggest evacuation which has ever been done. No country had ever pulled off such a mass evacuation. Imagine pulling out 190,000 people from the to a difficult conflict zone, right? This has now been taken over by the Vande Bharat mission that we launched during the pandemic to pull out millions of Indians, which also included a naval component called Operation Samudra Setu. Under Operation Samudra Setu, where the Navy played a role, and under Vande Bharat mission, where air bubbles were created, and private airlines, they ran special flights to several countries to bring back millions of Indians back home who are trapped under COVID-19 lockdowns and travel restrictions. Now, this takes the world record for being the biggest evacuation, which went on for several months. Then we had Operation Sukoon in 2006, when Lebanon descended into a civil war. Even then, Indian Navy, which fortunately was in the Mediterranean Sea, we were just finishing an exercise in the Mediterranean with our friendly countries. 3 naval ships were heading back through Suez Canal when the civil war broke out in Lebanon. More than 5,000 Indians and even nationals of other countries, Sri Lankans, Nepalis, Bangladeshis, were all trapped. So immediately we diverted these naval ships towards Lebanon and we pulled them out safely under Operation Sukoon. When Libya descended into a civil war during the Arab Spring movement in 2011, 15,000 Indians, mainly Indian nurses and caregivers, were trapped in Libya. So Indian Navy and even private aircraft and private vessels were deployed to pull out 15,000 Indians under Operation Safe Homecoming under the then Manmohan Singh government. Then Yemen descended into a civil war in 2014, where 5,000 Indians were trapped because Houthi rebels, who are sponsored by Iran as part of its covert war against Saudi Arabia, they had toppled the Yemeni government. Yemen is a close ally of Saudi Arabia. Because of the Shia-Sunni sectarian divide and rivalries between Iran and Saudi Arabia, Iran had sponsored the Houthi rebels to trigger a civil war in Yemen. This was a retaliation for Saudi Arabia sponsoring a civil war in Syria, which is an Iranian ally. Right? The Saudis with Israelis and Americans, they jointly sponsored the civil war in Syria to topple the Syrian government. Because Syrian President Bashar al-Assad is a close friend of Iran. They are both Shia powers. So in retaliation for this, Iran sponsored the Houthi rebels to topple Yemeni government, which is an ally of Saudi Arabia. So 5,000 Indians and several foreigners were trapped. India was the first country to reach Yemen, and the Indian Navy, with marine commandos providing security, carried out an evacuation under Operation Rahat. Even foreign governments requested India for the evacuation as they were struggling to arrange the logistics, and India had already reached by then. They asked India, European countries, US, Canada, Australia, right, even Japan, right, South Korea, all these countries reached out to India to pull out their nationals as well through the Indian Navy. So many such complex missions have been carried out by India, and this explains why we need strategic defense relations with these countries, right? So now let's start with two major powers of the region, the Sunni powers, UAE and Saudi Arabia. So this is a very, very important relationship. Both the Sunni powers, they lead the Sunni world. Saudi Arabia is seen as the leader of the Muslim world itself, especially the Sunni Islamic world. And UAE is its closest ally. Usually they act together. In geopolitics, they often take similar decisions. They coordinate and work together. So let's start with the importance of these countries. First, I'll explain the overall changes that have happened in the relationship. There is a major strategic shift that has happened in the relations between India and these countries. So let me explain this holistically first, and then we'll take a look at some factual points. See, Saudi and UAE, which are the Sunni powers, they've always been historically aligned with Pakistan. They are traditional allies of Pakistan. From 1947, at least until 2010, they have blindly supported and backed Pakistan in every possible way. So this meant Saudi and UAE would give enormous funds to prop the Pakistani state. Even today, if Pakistan has survived an economic collapse, it's because of economic assistance given by Saudi Arabia, UAE, and as well as China. These three countries are the main financiers to Pakistan. Pakistan relies heavily on them. Right now, it has averted bankruptcy and a complete collapse due to the assistance given from China and from these two Sunni powers. Even today, they are good friends with Pakistan, but there is a major shift which has happened since 2010. The funding they have given over the years, in a way, has helped Pakistan in its military modernization. It has helped Pakistan to sustain its nuclear program. Is that clear? On the issue of terrorism that Pakistan has sponsored against India, on this particular issue, these countries were not sympathetic towards India prior to 2010. All right, please make a note. Before 2010, the relations were very different. Before 2010, they were not supportive towards India. Even when India provided evidence to show Pakistan was sponsoring terrorism against India, they would side with Pakistan. They would align with Pakistan. So Pakistan was their traditional ally, right? On the question of Kashmir, with regard to the Kashmir dispute, these countries would vote against India consistently. Whenever Pakistan would bring up the issue at United Nations or even at Organization of Islamic Cooperation, at such important international platforms, Pakistan would target India. It would internationalize the Kashmir issue and even accuse India of violating human rights. On such key issues, these countries were always supporting Pakistan, voting in favor of Pakistan and voting against India. This was their position prior to 2010. But in the last 13 to 14 years, you are witnessing a major transformation. It all started with the Mumbai attacks, the 26/11 Mumbai attacks. Following the Mumbai attacks, India got tremendous support from US and European partners. Finally, these Western countries realized that Pakistan is a major threat to them as well. Because when Lashkar-e-Toiba carried out this attack in Mumbai, several Americans and Europeans were targeted, along with Jews, along with Israelis. So Lashkar was no longer just a threat for India, it was now a global threat, right? So following the Mumbai attacks, India engaged in coercive diplomacy. The then Manmohan Singh government collected enough evidence to directly link the attack with Pakistan, with the state agencies. And we conclusively proved to the world that Pakistan was behind the attack. This got India tremendous support from Western countries. They brought a lot of pressure on Pakistan. I have explained this before as well, that Western pressure has played a key role in ensuring that Indian cities and civilian population have not been attacked in the last 13 years. Right? That's why after Mumbai attacks, you don't see a major attack against India, against our cities and civilian population. Right? So this tremendous pressure from them also led to stronger counter-terrorism relations between India and Western countries. We started getting more support from these Western powers regarding intelligence sharing and joint counter-terror operations. This led US to put pressure on Saudi Arabia and UAE as well, as Pakistan had used these countries as a safe haven. Across the West Asia region, Pakistan's ISI had created safe havens for terror groups, especially Lashkar-e-Toiba and as well as the Indian Mujahideen. These terror groups sponsored by Pakistan, they were getting convenient support in Saudi, UAE, sometimes in Kuwait, Qatar as well. So these terrorists would hide over here. Even criminal cartels like the Dawood Ibrahim gang, the D gang, would operate from West Asia. So they had a lot of support here. These governments wouldn't act against them as they were pro-Pakistan. But because of these changes happening after the Mumbai attacks, after 2008, there was considerable Western pressure and a push towards normalization of relations between India and these West Asian powers. As US has always been an ally of Saudi Arabia, they're very close allies since 1970s. They're strategic partners of each other, right? So US and European countries, they gave a slight nudge, a slight push to Saudi and UAE to get closer to India in the strategic and defense domain, to assist India in intelligence sharing, in counterterrorism. All right? They only gave a nudge, a push. Along with that, even these West Asian countries were now looking at India as a major partner. They realized that they can't see India, Pakistan as the same. They realized that India gave them more opportunities than Pakistan, right? Because the Indian economy had grown massively following our economic reforms. So these Sunni powers, they looked at India as a massive investment opportunity, right? India was not just any ordinary oil and gas buyer, but we were one of the largest buyers in the world. Understood? They saw the market size of India. They saw that the future lies in India, and these countries which sit on massive amounts of forex reserves by selling oil and gas, they need places to invest. They're sitting on piles of petrodollars, right? All the forex reserves, the US dollars they have earned by selling oil and gas. So they look out for good investment options, stable investment options. So India emerged as an attractive investment destination. They saw the market size of India, the rapid rise of the Indian economy, and the increasing role India was playing in global geopolitics. So it was only natural for them to align with India. At the right time, Western countries also gave a push, a nudge, to get closer to India in the strategic and defense domain. So this opened a new era in our relations. It led to a strategic shift in the policies of these countries towards India. You will notice a strategic shift in their policy as far as the India versus Pakistan equation was concerned. Is that clear? So, as these developments took place in 2008, 2009, it led to a historic visit by Prime Minister Manmohan Singh in 2010. In the year 2010, Prime Minister Manmohan Singh paid a historic visit to Saudi Arabia and signed the Riyadh Declaration. The Riyadh Declaration between the Indian Prime Minister and the King of Saudi Arabia, right, led to a complete transformation in the relationship. Under the Riyadh Declaration, very close strategic security defense relations were established along with strong economic relations. Please make a note of this. After Mumbai attacks, there was Western push as well for the West Asian countries to work closely with India in countering terrorism. Plus, they saw India as a major economic partner due to the investment opportunities and the market size, and India being one of the largest reliable buyers of their oil and gas. This led to a strategic shift in their policy in favor of India, which would lead to a better balance in their India versus Pakistan equation. So, during the visit of Manmohan Singh in 2010, the Riyadh Declaration was signed, which cemented the defense and strategic relations, the close intelligence cooperation, along with the strong economic ties between the two powers. This was followed by closer ties between India and UAE as well. This is the transformation that happened, and today you are seeing the results of that. Today, for example, when Uri attacks happened, when Pulwama attacks happened, which were carried out by Jaish-e-Mohammed, UAE and Saudi Arabia, they both sympathized with India openly, and they even pointed fingers at Pakistan for sponsoring terrorism. This is unprecedented. Traditional allies of Pakistan who have nurtured, tolerated Pakistan's activities, for them to come out and point fingers at Pakistan for sponsoring terrorism is a huge shift in their foreign policy. They not only sympathized with India and pointed the blame at Pakistan, they even said India had a right to defend itself. When India carried out the surgical strikes after Uri attacks, and we carried out the Balkot airstrikes after Pulwama attacks, in both these incidents, UAE and Saudi Arabia, they stood with India. They said India had a right to defend itself and they did not interfere and they didn't support Pakistan. Now, this was a phenomenal shift, a strategic shift in our relations as well. Recently, Pakistan has brought up Kashmir many times. It has brought up our internal issues like Citizenship Amendment Act and the controversy and protests surrounding it at United Nations and OIC. During all these votes, These Sunni powers have abstained from the vote. This again is a massive shift. Previously, they would always vote against India and support Pakistan's resolutions. But in the last few years, they're abstaining from the votes, which is a big deal for India. Just like India abstains from any resolution against Russia, right? Saudi and UAE together are abstaining from these votes at UN and OIC, signaling a direct support to India. So this is the massive transformation that has happened in our relationship. If you're able to understand this, right, everything else becomes very easy. Rest of it is very factual. This is the main analysis that is needed. The major shift that has happened in our ties with the major Sunni powers led by Saudi and UAE. If this shift is seen from Saudi Arabia and UAE, other Sunni powers will follow the same. The smaller Sunni powers, which are allies of Saudi and UAE, like Kuwait, Bahrain, right, Oman, they will all follow the same approach. That is the advantage for India, right? So you're witnessing this major transformation, and there are similar developments in the economic domain as well, and our military relations also have started growing in the last few years. So let's take a quick look at the facts right now. With regard to UAE, the relations were elevated to the strategic partnership level when UAE Crown Prince visited India in 2017. In 2017, the Crown Prince of UAE was invited as the chief guest for the Republic Day celebrations. It was signifying our growing relations with UAE. Today, UAE is one of the most important partners for India. We have a very strong economic relationship, right? Both countries have dependencies on each other, and it's not a one-sided relationship anymore. India contributes to their countries as well. Before, we had a weakness. The weakness was we were dependent on them for oil, right? There's nothing we could have done. That's how it was. We couldn't offer anything to them in return, but we were only purchasers of oil, that too a minor buyer of oil and gas for them. That's why we were largely neglected by these powers. But in the last 30 years, as our economy has boomed, as we have become a major power in the region, right, it has built a close partnership where both sides have dependencies on each other. So the Crown Prince of UAE was invited as a chief guest, and it led to a major elevation in the relationship, and the comprehensive strategic partnership agreement was signed. Recently, we have signed a free trade agreement last year. This is the first FTA we have signed almost in a decade. After the ASEAN FTA and the bitter experience we had with ASEAN FTA, I told you that we had stopped signing FTAs. India had taken a step off from free trade agreement negotiations. But after a long break, the first FTA we have signed is with UAE. It was signed last year. That shows the trust in the relationship. It shows that India has faith that this FTA will benefit both the partners. Now, if you look at the strategic defense relations, UAE is today taking a stand against terrorism, particularly with regard to Pakistan-sponsored outfits. And it helped India in targeting Indian Mujahideen and Lashkar-e-Toiba who are hiding in UAE. It shifted its traditional position. See, doesn't mean that these countries have stopped being friends with Pakistan. Doesn't mean that. UAE, Saudi Arabia are still good friends with Pakistan. They still give some economic support. That is fine with us. The point is they're striking a better balance. Before 2010, they were always pro-Pakistan and anti-India. But now they are pro-India with some decent relations with Pakistan. That is a better balance for us. That's what we are expecting. We don't expect them to cut off ties with Pakistan. No one would do that, right? Their traditional ties will remain. They will give economic support. That is fine. But on core issues like terrorism and Kashmir, they are backing India. That's what matters to India. It is this shift in policy which really helped us to go after several terrorists who are hiding in West Asian countries, right? You have seen this major shift happening in their policy. Several Indian Mujahideen terrorists were hiding in UAE and Saudi Arabia. So due to intelligence cooperation, we shared information with them, and their authorities would monitor these terror elements. They detained them as well in joint operations and extradited them to India, right? So many top IM terrorists are in Indian custody, and it's all thanks to UAE and Saudi Arabia. That's how India managed to bring down Indian Mujahideen, which was a Pakistani-sponsored terror outfit, right? Similarly, Prime Minister Modi had paid a very important visit in 2015, following which there has been greater focus on defense and strategic ties. The Modi government has taken forward the foundation that was laid by the previous Manmohan Singh government, right? We even have a joint military exercise called Desert Eagle 2. Desert Eagle is a joint military exercise, and we have very, very close ties in various key domains, not just in defense and maritime security, even with intelligence sharing, tackling organized crime, cybersecurity, advanced critical emerging technologies. This has become a focus area because, see, UAE is also a startup hub like India. There's a lot of collaboration between Indian startups, UAE based startups. A lot of Indian companies operate in UAE, right? Then the major funds in UAE, the sovereign funds, they are investors in Indian startups. They provide millions of dollars in funding to Indian startups. And we also collaborate in the space domain and in the nuclear domain, as well as defense manufacturing. We are looking to procure an assault rifle, which is produced in UAE. All right, so defense manufacturing, defense procurement has come into focus. UAE is looking for help from India to set up civilian nuclear reactors. Even nuclear energy cooperation has opened up today, right? India can share the technology with UAE. In the space sector as well, UAE is looking at ISRO to launch its satellites. UAE wants to become a space power where it starts launching satellites into orbit to provide commercial services. So space cooperation is also developing along with cooperation in critical emerging technologies, right? UAE has major hubs like Abu Dhabi, Dubai. These are tech hubs as well, innovation hubs today. And there is very close collaboration here between India and the United Arab Emirates. If you look at the trade, right, UAE is the third largest trading partner. In most of the years, it's the third largest trading partner. It's at least in the top five. All right, at least in top five, top four list. After China and US, UAE emerges as one of the top trading partners for India. The trade volume is almost 70 to 80 billion dollars. So these are major export markets for us. It means that India also has a lot of exports towards UAE. We're not just procuring oil and gas from them, right? We are also exporting a lot of goods, commodities to UAE. So it's a major export destination. And as a result, it's crucial for our domestic producers, for our domestic industry. Plus, the country is home to around 3.3 to 3.5 million Indians. Latest estimates from the UN International Migrant Stock, which tracks the movement of migrants, shows that there are at least 3.5 to even close to 4 million Indians in this small country alone. Out of the total 10 million plus diaspora we have across West Asia, almost 3.5 to 4 million are present in UAE itself. So looking after their well-being, ensuring their safety, and maintaining the flow of remittances is another key aspect of the relationship, right? So no wonder we have deepened the economic and strategic ties with UAE. It's become one of the closest partners for India. When the Crown Prince visited India in 2017, UAE promised $75 billion in investment in our infrastructure sector into the National Investment Infrastructure Fund. See, India has ambitions to become a $5 trillion economy, which means we have to invest billions of dollars in creating modern infrastructure to build better roads, better ports and airport facilities, power grids, right? Digital connectivity. All these infrastructure projects are a priority for India. But this requires massive funding, massive capital, and the money can come from countries like UAE and Saudi Arabia. So they've promised to invest around $75 billion in the coming years, right? It's an ongoing investment. It's also a major supplier of crude oil. Without doubt, it's one of the top suppliers to India. It guarantees our energy security. It is also supporting and backing our Strategic Petroleum Reserve Project. See, any country which is dependent on oil imports will create a strategic buffer or a strategic reserve. Basically, you try to store enough oil to meet your needs for at least few days, few weeks, so you can protect yourself from any external shocks. Every time there is a disruption in the oil market, the prices will shoot up and supplies might get disrupted. This is a threat for countries like India, which are dependent on oil imports. I told you yesterday, 85% of our oil requirement is coming through imports. So it is important to build a buffer stock, a reserve stock, so we don't have to purchase expensive oil during external shock events. Right? There could be an economic crisis or a war breaking out. And every time this happens, it could threaten the supplies itself. The shipping channels might get affected, or the prices will shoot up, or both will happen, of course. So this increases the import bill for India. It could destabilize our economy entirely, leading to inflation and changes in the macroeconomic environment. So if you have a strategic buffer that can last few days, few weeks, you don't have to be desperate for oil imports. You can sustain for some days without oil imports, and you can find cheaper oil. This is what big countries like China and US have done. China, which is also oil dependent like India, even China is dependent on oil imports. It has created a buffer stock which can last up to 2 months. Same with US. US is not just a importer, it has enough reserves of its own as well. But to meet strategic needs, it has a 60 to 90-day buffer stock, meaning they can sustain their economies without dipping into any fresh oil for at least 2 to 3 months. So India also has begun a project like this called the Indian Strategic Petroleum Reserve Project. These are large underground storage tanks, massive underground storage tanks in strategic locations where oil will be filled and stored to serve as a buffer stock, as a strategic reserve. So both UAE and Saudi Arabia are key partners in this key project. They have supplied cheap, reliable oil. They have given us reliable supplies to fill the strategic reserves that we are setting up. All right, in phase one of the project, at 3 locations, the reserve facilities have been created at Mangalore, Visakhapatnam, and Padur near Udupi. So 2 in Karnataka, 1 in Andhra Pradesh. As you can see, they're all important port locations on the coastline of India, right? And they're also close to oil refineries and important facilities, right? So at Mangalore, then at Udupi near Padur and Visakhapatnam. This is where the 3 reserves have come up in phase 1 of the project. So this gives us a buffer stock of at least 10 days to 2 weeks. We already have a strategic reserve that could last almost 2 weeks for us. In phase 2, we are expanding this to give us at least a 30 days buffer, 1 month buffer, or even more. So 4 more reserves are coming up at Bikaner in Rajasthan, Rajkot in Gujarat, a second one at Padur in Udupi, and Chandikol in Odisha. Again, Bikaner and Rajkot, they are in close proximity to major oil refineries of Reliance, Adani Group, and others, right? So in such key locations, we are setting up the strategic buffers, and these 2 countries are the reliable suppliers to fill the buffers and ensure that India's energy security is guaranteed, right? So it shields us from external shocks. We don't have to desperately go out and buy oil at higher prices. We can wait for some days and look out for other sources and buy cheaper oil to ensure that our economy is protected. Now, coming to the FTA that we have signed, the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. It's a critical agreement that we have signed, the first FTA in the last 8 to 9 years. It provides duty-free access for almost 80% of the goods and 90% of our exports. Almost 80% of Indian exports to UAE will become duty-free, zero duty. Zero duty access is being given. Almost 90% of our exports to the country Is that clear? We'll enjoy this benefit. 80% of the goods we are exporting and total 90% of our exports will get duty-free access. The goal is to boost our bilateral trade volume, make it cross $100 billion. Right now, it's somewhere between 60 to $75 billion, our trade volume. We want to take it above $100 billion very soon in the next 5 years. And it is designed to benefit the labor-intensive industries of India so that jobs can be created. Right? Labor-intensive industries, especially gems and jewelry and gold. These industries will be the primary beneficiaries of this FTA. UAE has a huge requirement for gems and jewelry. India is one of the biggest markets in the industries, from diamond cutting to polishing, then gems, right? Then even with jewelry making. And UAE is one of the cheap sources for gold as well. So we can procure cheap gold from UAE as a raw material, make them into jewelry products and export it back into UAE. So that is the kind of mutual relationship that will develop in the jewelry sector. Textiles and even leather, footwear, and many other key sectors, including pharmaceuticals, they will mainly benefit from India. It will be a big boost to all these industries. It will create thousands of jobs in India, and it will become the driving factor in the relationship. So this FTA has become operational last year. All right. So it is functioning from last year, creating free movement for goods and improving the bilateral trade, which creates jobs on both the sides. We are looking to facilitate investments as well because UAE is a major investor here. There are many Indian companies as well investing in UAE. We want to facilitate that arrangement. And we also want to make it easier for remittances to flow because UAE is one of the top contributors of remittances. I told you yesterday that India is getting more than $100 billion in remittances every year. We are getting $100 billion per year in inward remittances. We crossed this mark in 2021. We even overtook China. We have become the world's largest country. We are at the number one position when it comes to inward remittances because that is the spread of Indian diaspora, the millions of Indians abroad, right? They're sending money back to their families, and this builds up our forex reserves. We can use the remittances, the inward remittances, to balance out our current account deficit. So our remittances have crossed 100 billion, overtaking China as well, making India the largest recipient of inward remittances. And more than half of these remittances, almost $52 billion, comes from Gulf countries. As there are more than 10 million plus Indians here, right? Almost 52% of remittances we get comes from the Gulf nations. And UAE is the top contributor. Given that there are 3.5 to even 4 billion Indians today, right? Previously it was 3.3. Now it could have easily touched 3.5 to 4 million. It's one of the top sources for remittances, right? And as a result, the diaspora plays a very critical role in the relationship. So to make it easier for the Indians who are working here, and also to facilitate the tourists and the traders as well, because now we have a FTA, trade volume will increase. So to facilitate the transactions, recently 2 important agreements have been signed. We have agreed to settle transactions through rupee dirham settlement. We are looking to bypass the dollar. You are witnessing a de-dollarization of the global economy. See, global economy is dominated by the US dollar, which is the global reserve currency. But many countries are trying to move away from their dollar dependency and trying to settle their trade transactions in their mutual currencies. So India, UAE have taken a big step. They have agreed to settle trade transactions in a rupee dirham settlement by using our national currencies without depending on the US dollar and the dollar dominated system. And our UPI system, our UPI digital payment gateway and infrastructure is being extended to UAE as well. Very soon, you will be able to send money to UAE and receive back just through your regular UPI payment apps by using Paytm, PhonePe, Google Pay, or the Beam application. right? You can directly send money and receive. If you visit UAE as well, you can make payments there using your just mobile phone. You don't have to worry about currency conversion. You don't have to worry about, taking cash. You don't have to worry about the complexities involved in foreign transactions. It will make it very, very easy for tourists, for traders to settle their trade transactions, even for the workers who are sending remittances back to India, right? Our economies are being interconnected and our digital infrastructure is being extended. Our UPI gateway is being linked with the payment gateways in UAE. Now, this is a remarkable step. Similarly, UPI is being adopted by many countries. Nepal has already done it. Sri Lanka is also looking to it. I mean, we have signed an agreement with Sri Lanka. France also has signed a deal to extend UPI, right? Even Singapore. So this is the globalization that you are seeing of the UPI system and the digital public infrastructure we have created. Today, India is a leader in digital payments, right? And we are leveraging that in diplomacy to provide for such transactions and easier settlements, which will benefit the economy and benefit the people and traders as well. So this is the remarkable relationship we have with UAE. Coming to Saudi Arabia, it's pretty much the same. Especially after Riyadh Declaration, we are seeing this massive transformation happening. And the relationship is mainly driven by the oil supplies. Saudi Arabia is usually the second largest supplier of oil. If you look at oil suppliers, the top oil supplier is usually Iraq. In most years, Iraq is the biggest oil supplier to India. Second, it would usually be Saudi Arabia. But now it has been replaced by Russia. After the Russia-Ukraine war broke out, Russia came under sanctions and it started selling oil at a discounted price. So India bypassed the Western sanctions and we became the biggest purchaser of Russian discounted oil. So as a result, in the last 1.5 years, India has procured so much oil from Russia that Russia has replaced Saudi Arabia. But this could be a temporary change. But usually Saudi Arabia is the second largest oil supplier. All right. It has guaranteed reliable supplies to our Strategic Petroleum Reserve project. And it's also one of the largest trading partners for India. We have a lot of investments between us. Our industries work very closely with each other, right? There is a very big Indian community, almost 4 million strong Indian community in Saudi Arabia. So UAE, Saudi Arabia have the majority of the chunk of Indian workers out of the 10 million diaspora that we have in the region. Also, cultural relations are very important because Saudi Arabia is home to sacred pilgrimage sites in Islam. Mecca, Medina, Jeddah, all these are very sacred Islamic pilgrimage sites, right? So India facilitates the pilgrimage by working closely with Saudi Arabia, and that's another part of our cultural relationship. But of course, the biggest part of the relationship is energy security and defense and security relations. In terms of energy security, Saudi Aramco, which is one of the world's largest companies. Aramco is an oil company. It's owned by the Saudi royal family, by the Saudi kingdom. All right, the Saudi king owns Aramco. It's the world's largest oil company and one of the largest companies after Apple, right? Aramco is one of the top companies in the world in terms of cash reserves, in terms of market capitalization. Aramco is looking to invest in India heavily. It had actually tried investing with Reliance Industries. A couple of years ago, Aramco and Reliance Industries had a deal to invest in our oil sector, but this got cancelled at the last minute due to some differences. But Aramco is going ahead and it's sponsoring a massive refinery project in coastal Maharashtra, in Ratnagiri. It has promised around $45 billion in funding for this greenfield refinery, which would be the largest refinery in India. Is that clear? This project is pending for many years, but recently final approvals have been given and Saudi Arabia will be investing and it will become a major investor in our petrochemical sector. Today, These investments in the petrochemical industry and the oil refining industry has enabled India to export petrochemical products. This is truly remarkable. From being just an import dependent country, we are refining the petroleum products, deriving various commodities out of it, and exporting them as well to others. Is that clear? We not only meet our domestic requirements, we are processing, refining these products and exporting them to other countries, which makes India one of the emerging powers with regard to petrochemical exports. Is that clear? It's adding to the exports of India, creating jobs in India. So Saudi Arabia is looking to become a partner in this key industry. It's looking to bring more FDI, right? It's also looking to invest in India's infrastructure sector. Even Saudi Sovereign Fund has invested in many Indian startups. Indian companies have major presence in Saudi Arabia, right? IT, banking, finance, even edtech, all these industries, right? They're collaborating together. There is a lot of economic collaboration going on between India and Saudi Arabia. But from our perspective, the biggest change is the strategic shift Saudi Arabia has shown to balance its ties with India compared to Pakistan. This is the biggest change that we have seen, and India is really grateful for this. The support we are getting on terrorism, on Kashmir issue, the strategic economic ties we are building today, right? It's become the foundation of this whole region. It's linking and binding India and West Asia together. Is that clear? So they have managed to separate Pakistan and India. They don't look at Pakistan and India on the same foot. They know that India is miles above Pakistan, and they continue their basic ties with Pakistan, giving some economic support, etc. But India today has become a strategic defense and economic partner for them. Of course, we do have some challenges. It's not that it's a completely smooth relationship. There are some challenges, but still the transformation we have seen is something that's remarkable, right? Recently, we have launched the IMEC corridor at G20, but I'll discuss this under the G20 topic. We'll take it up in the last class, not now. All right? The India, Middle East, Europe corridor, which is the biggest foreign policy announcement in recent times. It was announced at G20. It's pushed by the US. It involves UAE and Saudi Arabia with Jordan, Israel, Greece, Italy, France, and Germany. Right? All these countries are likely to be a part of this massive economic corridor. We will cover this under G20. All right? Now, coming to challenges, one big problem we have is that these countries, they still sponsor radicalism. They have a history of sponsoring radicalism in West Asia, which affects Indian interests as well. Saudi Arabia has always seen itself as a leader of the Muslim world, and it claims to fight for all the issues affecting the Muslim community. So in this blind pursuit, it has backed and funded many radical madrasas. It has used fundamentalism, terrorism as well as a geopolitical weapon, right? In fact, most countries here have done it. Qatar, then Egypt, right? Turkey, Israel, Iran. They're all involved in sponsoring terrorism against each other. In one way or the other, they use radicalism and terrorism to serve their geopolitical interests. So this leads to destabilization of the region and beyond, and it does have an impact on India. The other concern we have is the difficulties that the regional rivalries cause for India. Saudi's rivalry with Iran was always a major concern for us because that would affect our ties with Iran as well. If we got close to Iran, Saudi would be angry. If we got close to Saudi and UAE, Iran would be angry. So we had to choose between them in a way. Same with Israel. If India tried getting closer to Israel, all these Arab countries would get angry with India. That was a difficult choice we had to make before. But now things are changing. Massive shifts are happening in geopolitics. There is a deal which has been worked out between Saudi and Iran. I'll come to that later. We'll discuss the Saudi-Iran deal under India-Iran relations. So there is some normalization we are seeing, which is a very, very big development. It happened just a few months back. There is also normalization of ties between Saudi and Israel as well. Right now, the only rivalry which remains here is Iran-Israel rivalry, which continues even to this day. But Saudi-Israel rivalry came to an end long time ago, in 1970s, 80s itself, when the oil crisis happened in early 1970s. US got very close to Saudi Arabia. They became strategic partners. To secure their oil interests, US became a strategic partner of Saudi. They became very close allies. And gradually, this brought them closer to Israel. US was always a partner for Israel, a strategic partner. So US played a role in bringing Saudi Arabia and Israel together secretly. Even though they don't have official relations, even today, Saudi Arabia does not recognize Israel. Officially, they don't have relations. But a covert partnership has developed between them. A secret peace emerged between them since 1970s, 80s itself. So they're all aligned together, especially after 1979, after the Iran revolution, after Iran became a more radical conservative country. They all saw Iran as a common threat, right? Iran swore to wipe out Israel from the map. Iran swore to target US. And Iran, which was a Shia power, became a rival for Sunni powers like Saudi Arabia. So as Iran became the common threat for all of them after 1979, after the Iranian Revolution, these three countries aligned together: US, Saudi Arabia, and Israel. All right, so that is a major shift which we have seen in the past. Even today, there are a lot of changes happening. Some big shifts have happened. I will cover them very soon. We will discuss something called the Abraham Accords, which is changing the face of West Asia. We'll discuss the context in which the latest war has broken out in Gaza. We'll look at the changes that have happened in Saudi-Iran relations as well, and how it influences our ties with them. All right, but now just focus on this, that Saudi-Iran rivalry was a challenge for us before, but now things are changing. Next, the last point I would like to make here: Saudi Arabia had this program called Nitakat program. The Nitakat program refers to Saudiization in its labor policy with regard to recruitment of workers. Saudi Arabia mandated that priority should be given to Saudi nationals and migrant workers should get a quota. This was a labor policy that was introduced by Saudi Arabia a few years ago called Nitakat. It means Saudiization, where Saudi Arabia was encouraging the companies to give priority for Saudi nationals in recruitment. Whatever remains should be distributed for foreign migrant workers through a quota system, where each country gets a quota. So this has created a concern for India, because Indian workers are in large numbers. Almost 4 million Indian workers are working in Saudi Arabia. So quota system might adversely affect Indians. That is why India has lobbied with Saudi Arabia to protect Indian workers and their interests. In these countries, there are workers from other countries as well, like Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, Thailand, and Philippines, right? So there are many migrant workers competing for jobs. So India wants to protect Indian workers and ensure that they have enough opportunities. So we have sought concessions under the quota system, asking for a higher share for Indians. Also asking for social security measures to look after their financial well-being, to ensure they have insurance, pensions, enough salaries being paid on time, right? Ensure that workers are not abused or misused or exploited, right? All these measures have been a concern for India. Then we have been working on this with Saudi, UAE, and all the other governments in this region. So programs like Nitakat is something that worries India, right? See, of course, they have every right to bring their policies. There's nothing wrong if they prioritize their own nationals in employment. Every country would do that. Problem is when quota systems come for foreign workers. We just want fair treatment, right? We can't be equated with others. We want a higher share as we contribute more workers and more to their economy. So India has been working out all these issues, the social security issues, the labor related issues, our workers face many challenges, as I was mentioning, right? They often face abusive, exploitative work environment. They are duped by middlemen. Women, especially, are duped and pushed into trafficking and prostitution. Then it becomes sometimes like bonded labor, where employers who are brutal, right? They take away their passports, they don't pay them salaries on time, they don't give them good living conditions. So many workers face all such problems here. So looking after their welfare, their well-being, their social security is a top priority, along with ensuring that they have enough job opportunities as well. So this remains a top focus for India in all these West Asian countries, especially in Saudi and UAE. So this completes my discussion on these two important Sunni powers of West Asia. Now let's look at two important regional groupings that are based out of here. We'll look at GCC and Organization of Islamic Cooperation. Again, it's largely important for your prelims more than your mains. GCC especially is more important for your prelims. OIC can still be important for mains as well, but GCC is particularly important for your prelims. So let's quickly look at these groups, and then maybe we can start with Israel. The Gulf Cooperation Council, or GCC, is a regional political economic grouping. Just like we have SAARC, BIMSTEC, ASEAN, etc., even GCC is one such regional grouping of the Gulf countries, the Persian Gulf countries. Around the Persian Gulf, you have some major countries, right? All the Sunni powers especially. So they have come together. Bahrain, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and UAE. These Gulf powers, these Arab states, they have formed the GCC to promote political and economic cooperation between them. Right? It's mainly a economic grouping designed to promote free trade, free movement of people, and they also have a platform where they, work for political coordination with regard to regional geopolitics and the issues affecting them. They come together, discuss all these issues which bother them. So these are the member countries. You can see the Persian Gulf here. This is the Persian Gulf. So all the Sunni oil exporting nations present around Persian Gulf, they have set up this organization. Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, UAE, and Oman. Is that clear? Now, this is where I would like to note that Qatar has often acted independently on its own, leading to a division within the Sunni world. UAE, Saudi Arabia, and others have a major issue with how Qatar has been acting. Right? The thing is, they can't tolerate the fact that Qatar is pursuing its own interests independently. Qatar has its own ties with Taliban. We studied how it sheltered Taliban, gave a political office for them, and mediated between US and Taliban. Right? In resolving the Afghan issue, to sign the US Taliban peace deal, Qatar played the critical role because it had contacts, ties with the Taliban, and allowed them to set up a political office. Qatar also works with Hamas. It's accused of funding Hamas and Hezbollah as part of its own regional strategy. This obviously leads to a division because Saudi and UAE have made their peace with Israel. Their support for Palestinian movement is only nominal support and political support. These Sunni powers have stopped backing these terror outfits. Is that clear? Be it Hamas, Hezbollah, they don't support them anymore. They used to at one point. They used to back some Palestinian terror groups back in 1960s, 1970s. But after Iranian Revolution, after 1979, after they aligned with US and Israel and formed secret ties, they stopped backing Palestinian terror groups and they secretly aligned with Israel. Is that clear? Even though they have supported other terror organizations, they would never sponsor Hamas, Hezbollah, or Palestinian terror organizations. But Qatar has pursued its own independent policy, not just by building ties with Taliban, it even has good ties with Al Qaeda. It has ties with Hamas and Hezbollah. It has its separate ties with Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt, which is another radical organization. In fact, the Hamas is an offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood. So Qatar maintains all these independent ties, plays its own geopolitical games, which contradicts the interests of Saudi and UAE. That's why divisions came up between them. And also the reporting of Al Jazeera, the popular news channel, right? It's a Qatar government-owned media outlet. The Qatari kingdom, right, owns Al Jazeera. It's a state broadcaster. So Al Jazeera's reporting has been very, very problematic. It's highly biased. It only promotes one narrative, right? And only it tries to fulfill Qatari interests. So this is something that has become a problem for US, Israel, even India, and as well as for Saudi Arabia and UAE. So this had led to divisions within the GCC. Few years ago, in 2016, Qatar was blockaded and thrown out from the group. A diplomatic boycott and a physical blockade was placed on the country by the other members of GCC. They imposed a diplomatic boycott. They cut off their ties with Qatar, and a physical blockade was placed. They cut off the road, air, and maritime connectivity. They ended all economic relations and movement of people to punish Qatar, and they blocked out Qatar from GCC. This was a major issue in the region. It showed the divisions within the Sunni powers. But recently, this issue has been resolved. Both sides have reached a settlement, and recently, Qatar's blockade has been lifted. Is that clear? The boycott was removed, the blockade was lifted, and normal relations have resumed between Qatar and these Sunni governments. Then coming to OIC. And by the way, India has good ties with GCC. We are pursuing a trade agreement with GCC as well. You can make a mention of that. The OIC was established in 1969, which is a grouping of 57 countries that represent the Muslim community in the world. The main purpose of the group is to act as the collective voice of the Muslim world and to safeguard the interests and protect the interests of the Muslim community, and also to promote international peace and harmony and to tackle Islamophobia, tackle stereotypes against Islam and counter Islamophobia and promote peace and harmony and to safeguard the interests of the Muslim community. This is the stated objective of this group, and it brings together many important countries with a significant Muslim population. All right, all the major Muslim nations from Central Asia to West Asia, North, West, and East Africa, Southeast Asia, and South Asia, they're all part of it. Is that clear? 57 countries are part of it. Of course, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Maldives, right? Our neighboring countries are members. Indonesia is a major member with Malaysia. Many East African nations, North and West African countries, the West Asian powers, right? Some Eurasian powers as well. They're all members of this important organization. Now, why is this organization important for us? It is important because India has one of the world's largest Muslim communities. Right after Indonesia, India is said to have the second largest Muslim community, right? And we will become the country with the world's largest Muslim community very soon. So despite that, India doesn't have membership here. It's not that India hasn't tried. We have tried many times. We are just an observer. We've only got an observer seat. But membership has been denied to India. And why has it been denied? Because many of the countries here are friends of India. Many of them would like to have India on board. But India's membership has been denied because it is being blocked primarily by a Pakistan-led group. It's Pakistan behind blocking India's membership. Because Pakistan is using OIC as a platform to target India, to embarrass India and to target India and to create international pressure on India. Pakistan brings up the Kashmir issue over here, right? It claims Kashmir, claims to liberate the region. It alleges human rights violations by India. It brings up our internal issues like Citizenship Amendment Act and the protests against it, right? It tries to bring that pressure on India by internationalizing our internal issues. So Pakistan is getting support here from few countries like Malaysia, Turkey, Azerbaijan, and even Iran. Many major countries, right, which are powers of OIC, they're all backing Pakistan, right? Previously, Saudi and UAE also used to back Pakistan before few years ago. But now they have struck a better balance. They abstain from these votes. They are abstaining from it, showing their support to India. But others have turned against India, especially Malaysia, Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Iran, mainly because of Pakistan. See, Malaysia, even though it's a good friend of India, there is an internal situation where political parties are fighting elections on the basis of religion. So internal politics of Malaysia has to do with this decision. Malaysia is a good friend actually, as part of ASEAN and our Act East policy. It's a very good friend. We have a free trade agreement as well. But still, Malaysia has deliberately acted against India because it wants to become the leader of the Muslim world. It wants to show itself as a leader of the Muslim world, caring about issues affecting the Muslim community. This has to do with Malaysia's domestic politics, nothing to do with India. Right? India and Malaysia are not rivals actually. Right? We were very good friends. But internal politics in Malaysia is such that it has become communal. It has become religion based. So parties are desperately competing, to show that they stand for their religion, they care for the community, and they try to stand for all these issues. And this is pushing Malaysia to take up pro-Pakistan stand on Kashmir and other internal issues of India. This has affected our ties. We have downgraded our relations with Malaysia. We have retaliated as well by cutting off key exports of Malaysia. Malaysia is a prime exporter of palm oil, right? You know palm oil, right? It's a major ingredient in the food processing industry and in many other industries. India is the biggest buyer, and the biggest suppliers were Malaysia and Indonesia. But because of Malaysia's actions at OIC and other platforms where it has supported Pakistan against India, we have almost cut off palm oil imports from Malaysia entirely to punish Malaysia economically, right? Because we have Indonesia, which can make up for the supply. Indonesia is the major supplier for us. Turkey is doing it again for its domestic and regional geopolitics. Right now, Turkey under President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, it has become a very conservative country. It's very unfortunate to see this happening to Turkey because Turkey was a very progressive secular nation. Legendary leaders like Kemal Ataturk, right? Very good friend of Prime Minister Nehru. He had laid a strong secular progressive foundation for Turkey. In fact, in this entire conservative region, Turkey was the only secular nation. But this system has been destroyed by the current president, Recep Erdogan. Right? He has promoted right-wing politics based on religion, religious identity. He wants to project Turkey as a leader of the Muslim world, standing up for issues affecting the Muslim community. This is what has led Turkey to act against India. It sided with Pakistan, voting against India on Kashmir, against our internal issues. And it has even brought up the Kashmir issue at UN and criticized India repeatedly. So India has not taken it lightly as well. We have retaliated against Turkey. We have downgraded the ties. The trade relations also have been cut. We were a major wheat supplier. A lot of wheat and vegetables would be sent from India to Turkey. We have put a stop on them. We have brought down the trade relationship, right? We have countered Turkey's rivalry with India. But despite all that, we showed great humanity when we launched Operation Dost to provide HADR assistance to Turkey when it was devastated by the earthquake. Right? Recently, Turkey, Syria were hit by a massive earthquake. But that is not a time to play geopolitics. Right? Humanity trumps geopolitics sometimes. So India kept aside all the rivalries and we launched Operation Dost to help Turkey by giving basic disaster management assistance. We supported Syria as well. Both Turkey and Syria got the support from India. We gave them essential supplies, our search and rescue troops from NDRF and medical units from Indian Army. They were airlifted to provide assistance in medical aid and search and rescue operations. But otherwise, our ties with Turkey is very badly affected. And it's all because of Turkey. It's Turkey which went against India deliberately just because it wants to emerge as a leader of the Muslim world. Turkey wants to counter the other powers like Iran. It wants to counter Saudi Arabia, UAE. It wants to emerge as the leader of the whole region. So this desperation has pushed Erdogan to side with Pakistan and bring up sensitive issues like Kashmir and take a stand with Pakistan and against India. All right, Azerbaijan, which I mentioned in previous classes, also has sided with Pakistan, which has led India to side with Armenia with regard to Nagorno-Karabakh conflict. Iran is a different case. Iran's support is mainly because it's angry with India. Previously, Iran would abstain when Iran had become a good friend of India. We had a close strategic economic partnership going on. So Iran would not support Pakistan on these issues. It used to abstain from them. But of late, it has supported Pakistan against India because it's angry that we have followed American sanctions. India-Iran relations have taken a very, very big hit since 2018. Since Donald Trump put pressure on the Modi government and forced India to follow the sanctions, and we have cut off our oil trade with Iran. Even our regular trade and investment relationship has come to an end. As a result, Iran is very upset and angry, and it's retaliating by supporting Pakistan at these platforms. All right, so that is why OIC becomes important. Got it? India has tried for membership here to counter Pakistan's propaganda. We have tried to get membership, but Pakistan, which is very influential, it has blocked our membership by taking support of these countries. Before, Saudi UAE would also support Pakistan, but this no longer exists right now. Until few years ago, they would always support Pakistan as well, but they have stopped doing it and they have started favoring India by abstaining from these votes. This is the strategic shift that I was talking about, right? The major shift in the relationship. So this completes my discussion on these important West Asian powers. Now we are left with Israel and Iran, right? So let's see if there are any questions. I'll take up the questions. We'll take a short break. We'll come back and then start with Israel and Iran. First question, Ilma is asking, but sir, creating such strategic reserves in underground will pose a threat. Like in India, coal fields are burning since a century, so proper maintenance, security should be prioritized. Yes, underground storage or any handling of oil is risky. It's a hazardous material. It's flammable, right? But with right precautions, you can always ensure the risks are handled. Just because there is a risk doesn't mean you don't create storage reserves. Either ways, we will deal with oil products, right? Your economy will not even survive without petrochemical products. So that's not a concern. That's something which can be managed through safe design, safe construction. You can ensure that the underground reserves are safe and they don't pose any risk. Kishan is asking, if Saudi and UAE have same interest and ideology, how come they stand in front of each other in Israel-Hamas conflict, such as Saudi with Palestine, UAE openly in support of Israel? How is it possible? I'll explain that. That's a result of some recent changes that have happened, right? So we will discuss that. With regard to Israel-Hamas conflict, it appears as if Saudi, UAE are taking a different stand. All right, but in reality, it's not. It's just for the public. It's just for public posturing. Saudi, UAE appear to take a different stand. But in reality, both have the same position. I'll explain that in the next chapter. Shreyank is asking, so despite buying so much crude oil from Russia, prices of petrol, diesel are the same because it's refined then exported. So is government standing against whole Europe just for two companies instead of imposing export restrictions? Why is government imposing windfall tax? Why is Europe criticizing India despite them buying Russian oil through India? See, okay, there are 2-3 questions you're raising here. One, to answer why the petrol diesel prices are still high, even though we have brought cheap oil from Russia. It's because we levy a lot of domestic taxes, central government and state governments, right? They levy a lot of taxes, which is the primary source of revenue for them. Especially at the state level, they depend heavily on taxing petrol and diesel, even center as well. So that is the prime component of the money you're paying. If you take out the taxes of the government, petrol, diesel are very cheap in India. All right, today we have a massive refining facility, one of the world's largest right now. So with the scale at which we are refining, we can actually bring down the cost of production and provide very cheap supply. And we have many diversified sources as well to procure crude oil. Problem is with the taxes. That's why the prices are always on the higher side. If you ask why European countries are criticizing India, even US as well has criticized India. They say India is laundering Russian oil. That's because they are upset that we are not following their sanctions. Western countries which are targeting Russia with their sanctions, right? They're mainly trying to hit Russia's oil industry. They know that Russia's biggest source of revenue is from oil. If they can cut off that revenue, it will have a direct impact on the war. Russia can no longer fund the war in Ukraine. But India, along with China, both of them have bypassed the Western sanctions, and we have continued our oil imports. In fact, we have increased our oil imports. And we are procuring so much oil from Russia today that we are, as I told you, we are refining the oil, making a lot of petrochemical products, re-exporting them back to Europe itself. So that's why they're saying that India is a launderer of Russian oil. They're calling India a laundromat country, meaning we are acting as a middleman, taking dirty oil from Russia, cleaning it up and selling it back to Europe. Essentially, we are helping Russia to bypass the sanctions. That's why they're upset with India. It's because of their geopolitical rivalry they have with Russia. Kamalesh is asking, sir, incidents of journalist Jamal Khashoggi's alleged assassination and hacking of Amazon CEO Jeff Bezos' personal phone to put pressure on him to do certain biddings. Don't they highlight the need to be cautious when dealing with Saudi Arabia? Absolutely. All these countries, right? You need to be very cautious with them. Be it Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, Iran, they are used to very brutal methods and tactics. Now, for example, there is a case in Qatar. I don't know if you know about this. Several former Indian Navy soldiers, they have been detained on espionage charges. India has not been given enough access to them. They're not getting a fair trial. They've been accused of spying against Qatar. All right. According to several unconfirmed reports, these retired Indian Navy officers, they were working for an Israeli firm, and most likely they were spying for Israel's Mossad, or maybe even for India's RAW. It's not clear. Of course, it's a covert operation. You'll never hear about it. But either ways, they've been arrested, they've been caught, and they're in jail. They are not being returned to India anytime soon, and it's unlikely they're going to get a fair trial. And Qatar, even though it's a good friend of India, has acted very strictly against these former Indian soldiers. Right? So that is just one example I'm trying to show regarding how brutal sometimes these countries can be. As I told you, you don't have fundamental rights, basic rights here. Their intelligence agencies are very notorious. Saudi intelligence, the Emirati intelligence, Iranian intelligence, right? Then Qatar's intelligence as well. They are very brutal, they're ruthless, they have very good contacts with many terror and radical groups and criminal organizations. So that is something we have to keep in mind when dealing with them. Why do countries sponsor terrorism? Because some countries, they feel terrorism is a geopolitical tool. It's a proxy, basically, using which they can destabilize few countries, protect their interests, right? So that's why some countries have this habit of sponsoring terrorism. Sachin is asking, sir, are we supporting Cyprus to tackle Turkey? To an extent, yes. See, in the Mediterranean region, Turkey and Cyprus and Greece, they have a maritime dispute between them. All right, Turkey and Greece, Turkey and Cyprus, they have a maritime dispute. Now, just because Turkey is poking India over Kashmir and siding with Pakistan, we are retaliating by building closer ties with Cyprus and Greece. And if the issue comes up, we might support Greece and Cyprus over Turkey. All right, so that is one way to put counter pressure on Turkey. Prince is asking, is it good for a secular country like India to join religious groups like OIC? I don't see the conflict or problem here because, see, OIC is an international platform and we do engage in um using religion as part of a diplomacy, right? We have Buddhist Circuit Initiative, Ramayana Trail. We have close Islamic, cultural based ties with Central Asian, West Asian countries. So religion is integral to diplomacy. So in diplomacy, it doesn't really pose a problem. OIC represents the Muslim community, no harm in that. So even though India is secular, as we have one of the largest Muslim communities in the world, it's only adequate, it's only appropriate for India to be a member of OIC. Priyanka is asking, what is Abraham Accord? I'll come to it. It's not Abraham Record, it's Abraham Accord. We'll discuss that later under Israel. Sneha is asking why people in international relations are driven by interest than being fair. See, I explained this in the first class itself. In diplomacy, there are two schools of thought: idealist school of thought, realist school of thought. In idealism, you focus on principles, you focus on being fair, you focus on ethics, values, morality. Even they are important sometimes. But sometimes you have to get realistic. You have to be pragmatic. You need to protect your core interests because the world will not be fair to you, right? So, geopolitics is usually a mix of idealism and realism. But if a choice has to be made, any country will choose realism. They will protect their interests at any cost, even at the cost of being unfair to someone else. Is there any solution for Iran's issue as we need a route to Central Asia? Nikki is asking the question. Don't worry, I'll address this again under India-Iran relations. We'll discuss how we can revive the projects with Iran. All right. So, guys, these are the questions. Now take a 15 minutes break. All right, it's 7:32. Come back by 7:47. All right, we'll look at Israel and then Iran. We'll close this chapter and then look at India-US relations. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the session. So, now we will take up the next topic, a very, very important topic given the recent developments. We will study the Israel Palestine conflict, including the recent developments, and what is India's stand on this issue. We will also take a quick look at India's ties with Israel and where do we stand on the Israel Palestine conflict. So, to cover this topic, which is a very complex topic, we should first look at the history of Israel Palestine. Let's understand the root causes of this conflict. Let's try to break down some of the complexities involved in this conflict. Let's look at the recent developments as well. And then at the last, I will discuss India's ties with Israel. The Israel Palestine conflict has a very big history behind it. There are thousands of years of history behind it, and it all begins in Jerusalem. In this map, you can see the sacred city of Jerusalem over here, which is a sacred site for all the three Abrahamic religions, that is Islam, Christianity, and Judaism. All the three religions, they took birth here at Jerusalem, and they have a common origin. They look at Abraham as their patriarch, right? So over centuries, these religions moved apart from each other. Jerusalem that you're seeing here was the home for the Jews, the Muslims as well, the Arabs, that is essentially the Palestinians later, and the Christians as well. In Jerusalem, you have sacred sites even today, ancient sacred sites like Al Aqsa Mosque, the, the dome, the golden dome, the rock of the dome, the Wailing Wall, right? The Church of the Sepulchre. All these are very sacred sites which are equally important for Muslims, Christians, and the Jews. Historically, the Jews were driven out from here because of the religious conflicts and also the external invasions that were happening. The Romans, the Ottoman Turks, and various other civilizations, right? They carried out attacks, which led to the displacement of Jews many thousands of years ago. So, as Jews were displaced from here, they moved out and especially moved towards Europe. And across Europe as well, in medieval and modern times, the Jewish community has faced a lot of oppression and discrimination. Even in Europe, they would not be welcomed, they were seen as outsiders. You all know what happened in Nazi Germany, right? How Hitler rose to power by building hatred against the Jewish community, right? The rise of fascism, the right wing extremist ideology, was built on hatred towards the Jews. That eventually led to the Holocaust, one of the worst humanitarian disasters of modern times, where millions of Jews were exterminated, were slaughtered in Nazi Germany, right? They were pushed into gas concentration camps. They were openly targeted, discriminated, and slaughtered in large numbers. So, historically, the Jews have faced a lot of atrocities. But as the Jews had moved out, they had been pushed out because of the Romans, the Ottomans, and the others, this region that you're seeing here, the region around Jerusalem, this had become the native homeland for the Palestinian Muslims. In modern times, this was the home of Palestinian Arabs. Jews were largely removed many centuries ago by the various external attacks and the religious conflicts which had taken place. So in 1800s, in late 1800s, some of the Jews who themselves had become radicalized by now because of constant targeting and oppression, they started a right-wing radical movement, a nationalist movement called the Zionist movement. It started in Europe. Some of the Jews who had themselves become radicals by now, even in Judaism, you have these ultra-conservative radical Jews. They gave a call for forming a country, for creating a homeland for the Jews, because wherever they went, they were not accepted. Right? Wherever they went, they faced oppression, targeted violence, and this has been throughout ancient medieval history and modern history. Right? So some of these radical Jews, they gave a call in late 1800s to form Israel, which would be the native homeland for the Jews, and return the Jews back to Jerusalem. An open call was given saying that Jews should go back to Jerusalem, head back to Jerusalem, take the land, capture the land, and form the Jewish state called Israel. Now, this is where the problem began. See, you can't correct historical wrongs with modern mistakes. The Zionist movement, which was a radical nationalist movement that gave a call for creation of Israel around Jerusalem by capturing the land, would directly threaten the current rights of Palestinian Arabs. Right? The current generation of Palestinian Arabs in 1930s, 1940s, they were not responsible for the atrocities against Jews. Centuries ago, thousands of years ago, various religious conflicts and external attacks had pushed them out. Of course, the Jewish community had suffered a lot. Across Europe, they had been targeted, especially the Holocaust, right? Was a horror against the Jewish community. But you can't correct those mistakes by committing new mistakes. The call given for creation of Israel around Jerusalem would directly affect the rights of Palestinian Arabs. Right? This was the Palestinian land in modern times. Now, as Zionist movement gained momentum, Jews from around the world, they started returning to Jerusalem, especially when the Holocaust began with the rise of Nazi Germany in 1930s. Right? Jews, as they felt threatened in Europe, they started returning back to Jerusalem, and this triggered conflicts with Palestinian Arabs. All right. Now, prior to this, before the Jews started migrating back in large numbers, Britain, the colonial imperial power, in 1917 adopted the Balfour Declaration. And through the Balfour Declaration, it declared complete support for the Zionist cause. Now, again, this was not Britain's place to interfere. Just because it was a colonial imperial power which controlled some of the lands here, it played its own geopolitics, its own divide and rule policy again. In fact, as I told you, most of the blunders that exist today, the horrors that exist today, they're all of colonial origin. The disastrous policies of Britain is what is responsible for most of the conflicts in Asia and Africa. All right, across Africa as well, there are many civil wars and conflicts going on. 99% of them have a colonial origin. The haphazard boundaries they have drawn, the communal divisions they have created, right? Their divide and rule policy is the prime factor responsible for these hostilities today. It was not Britain's place to make such a promise, but still they did, right? To protect Britain's interests here, under Balfour Declaration, they backed the Zionist cause, giving more momentum to the migration of Jews back to Jerusalem. So by 1930s, 1940s, especially by when the Second World War was going on, more and more Jews started coming back, triggering direct clashes with Palestinian Arabs. Obviously, it was a threat for Palestinian Arabs. They were losing their land. This became a communal conflict. Jerusalem and the region around it, the Palestinian area, became communally polarized, triggering clashes between the Jews and the Palestinians. In the middle of this, the United States would also step in and back the Jews for its own reasons. The US, which was now becoming the emerging global power, would promise the Jews support for their homeland, as a number of Jews were very influential, aiding the American global war efforts. The Jews played a big role in modernizing US military, in development of the nuclear bomb. The Manhattan Project, right, was aided by several Jewish scientists. So the Jewish influence played a role on American foreign policy as well, and the US continued the imperial policy of Britain, promising support to the Jews to form their homeland. So by 1947, large-scale violence was taking place in Palestine. After the Second World War, this region came under the British mandate. All right, it came under British mandate. Both Britain, France, and others had colonies over here. So after the World War ended, the Palestinian territory came under British mandate. By then, violence had escalated between Jews and Palestinians. So the matter was taken up at the United Nations. The UN, which was a newly set up international organization, was given this important responsibility to resolve the crisis. Because one of the primary objectives of UN is to maintain peace, resolve conflicts. And as per this objective, the United Nations took up the Israel Palestine issue and it suggested a division plan because that was the only viable solution, right? As a lot of Jews had come back, right? Lakhs of Jews had come back and settled, and the violence had escalated. The only solution was to allow both the communities to coexist. It was impossible in one same country. So the idea was to partition the region, just like India Pakistan were partitioned. Very similar to India Pakistan's partition, a communal partition was proposed, which is called the two-state solution. According to UN, two countries were to be created, one Israel, one Palestine, one for the Jews, one for the Palestinian Arabs. Initially, when the two-state solution was proposed, it was rejected by many countries, including India, because we were ideologically opposed to communal partitions and imperial exploitation. This was clearly imperial geopolitics. It was a continuation of colonial imperialism by Britain and US, right? So countries across Asia, Africa who had suffered from colonial imperialism, they took a stand. And this was a communal division. India, having suffered a similar partition and the horrors of partition, couldn't support such a division initially. The Arab countries here, all the Muslim countries in West Asia and North Africa, they all backed Palestine because Palestinians were the ones who are present here in modern times. As I told you, historical mistakes can't be corrected by making new mistakes. So when Israel was proposed as a country, it was opposed by all the Arab countries here. But eventually, the situation became so volatile, the violence increased to such an extent, the two-state solution was the only viable practical solution. On humanitarian grounds, given the suffering of both the sides, the only available solution was a two-state solution. So India finally came around, even former other colonies as well. Most of them came around to accept two-state solution as the only viable practical solution. So according to the UN plan, this was supposed to be implemented by 1947-1948. The idea was to create two parallel states, simultaneous states, just like India Pakistan got created back to back. Similarly, Israel Palestine should have been born. But the radical Jews, driven by the Zionist movement, with backing of Western countries like Britain and US, they went ahead and unilaterally declared independence in 1948. This is the blunder that Israel committed. It blatantly violated international rules. It broke the UN plan and international law and declared unilateral independence for itself. This was not supposed to happen. Both Israel Palestine was supposed to be created simultaneously, just like India Pakistan were created. That is how the rights of both the sides could be protected. But Israel illegally declared independence. This was illegal. It was in violation of the UN plan. It broke the two-state solution, declared unilateral independence, and it had complete backing of Britain and US. So as a result, Palestinian rights were snatched away. At least after Israel was created, Palestinians should have been allowed to form their country. But Israel would never allow this to happen, and the Arab states also share the blame for this. Because Arab states never accepted Israel. They rejected the idea of Israel. They said Israel should never exist. They said Jews would be driven out to extinction. So hostilities from both the sides led to this crisis, and Palestinians, along with the Jews, have suffered from decades together. And as you see today, right, there is no one side here. It's a very complex history. right? Of course, there were blatant blunders committed by the Zionist movement, Britain and US, the Arab states, but eventually it's innocent Palestinians and innocent Jews who are suffering. So Israel, which felt threatened by the Arab states, would never allow Palestine to be formed. Arab states would never accept Israel. They would reject the idea and gave complete support to the Palestinian cause. So as soon as Israel declared independence illegally in violation of the two-state plan, the Arab countries declared war against Israel. They went to war. This is the first war of the region, the 1948-49 war. Multiple Arab countries that are present around Israel. This war was led by Egypt, Transjordan, Syria, and Lebanon, the neighbors of Israel, with the support of all the other Muslim countries. So Shia Sunni divide was forgotten. All the Shia Sunni countries came together, from Iran to Saudi Arabia to UAE, right? Then Turkey, all of them, all the Arab countries together, all the Muslim countries in this region together backed the neighboring countries to attack Israel, to destroy Israel itself. So this conflict triggered the first massive war in the region. Arab states were fighting for protecting Palestine, but Israel would never allow Palestine to be formed, as it feared complete extinction if it didn't fight back against the Arab invasion. So in this war, Israel got tremendous help from Britain and US, massive funding, supply of weapons, and very quickly Israel itself established itself as a technological military powerhouse. So it had complete superiority over the neighboring Arab countries and defeated the Arab states. But after defeating them, Israel would commit blatant mistakes again. It would commit blunders again by occupying large parts of Palestinian territory. You can see how the map changed by 1949. You can see how Palestinian territories were crushed, brought largely under Israeli annexation. Jordan, that is, today it is Jordan, it was back then called Transjordan, would move across into the West Bank. It came under Jordan's annexation, right? West Bank is very, very sacred. This is where Jerusalem is located, right? You can see the Dead Sea over here, the lowest point on earth. You would have seen how people float in Dead Sea because of its extremely high salinity, right? That's the water body I'm referring to. This is where you have the Jordan River, River Jordan, creating the Jordan Valley. And on the other side, you have West Bank. It's called West Bank because it's on the west side of Jordan River. It's on the west bank of Jordan River. So you can see how the territories have been reduced, the Palestinian territories. Some of the Palestinian territories here came under complete Israeli annexation. Several parts of Gaza, this was supposed to be Gaza between Egypt and Israel. Large part of it was occupied by Israel, leaving out only this small part which came under Egypt. Jordan would annex most of the West Bank, and this is how the conflict ended. Arab states were largely defeated. It was Israel which came on top, captured most of the Palestinian territories, with losing only part of West Bank and part of Gaza. Egypt and Transjordan held on to some of the Palestinian territories. Following this, a Palestinian resistance movement broke out, which would lead to terrorism as well. In the name of fighting for Palestine liberation from Israel, right? Israel had occupied their territories. It was only a justified movement to fight for their rights, to resist the occupation, and to fight for their independence. But the support of Arab countries would turn the Palestinian movement into a terrorist movement. Several Palestinian terror groups were formed in the 60s, 70s, including the notorious PLO, the Palestinian Liberation Organization. Understood? So, terror groups like PLO would continue targeting Israel, and Israel would continue committing atrocities against Palestinians. This war continued, the low scale conflict continued for many more years. After this, we had other crisis incidents like the Suez crisis, for example, where Britain and Israel got together with France to gain control over Suez Canal, the strategic Suez Canal. So for this purpose, they put pressure on Egypt. It triggered a massive crisis here. It led Egypt to declare Suez Canal as a international global asset. Right? Egypt had tried to nationalize Suez Canal to bring it completely under Egyptian control. But the pressure exerted by Israel, Britain, France, which included military pressure as well, led to Suez Canal being treated as a critical part of the global community. So these hostilities continued, and it triggered the next conflict in 1967, which is called the Six-Day War. The Six-Day War was the second attempt by Arab states to liberate Palestine. Right? It was a second attempt, war between Israel and Arab countries to liberate Palestine. Again, all the Muslim countries in the region, the Arab states, they together backed the neighboring countries, Lebanon, Jordan, Egypt, Syria. They got full support from all the Arab countries. Every Arab country here gave funds, weapons to back this war. But Israel, which was very formidable by now, it delivered a crushing defeat to all of them. Israel again won the war. Israel again won, but this time it went on to annex even more territories. This is how Israel itself became an occupying, aggressive, expansionist power. Most of the Palestinian territories were captured, including the strategic Sinai Desert, the Sinai Peninsula of Egypt. The whole Sinai Desert was captured by Israel. West Bank was brought back under Israeli control. It took it back from Jordan. It captured the Golan Heights over here from Syria. All right? And Gaza became this narrow strip over here between Egypt and Israel. Then came the Yom Kippur War in 1973. The Yom Kippur War, launched as a surprise attack by Lebanon, Syria, and others on the festival of Yom Kippur. So this war was an attempt again to fight for Palestine and liberate these occupied areas. But again, Israel would defeat these other countries, these Arab states. So by 1970s, Israel had firmly established itself with no scope for allowing for the creation of Palestine. So now Egypt and Jordan were under pressure. They came under significant pressure because Israel had all the leverage. It had the Sinai Desert captured, which is strategic as far as Suez Canal control was concerned. It had full leverage over Jordan as well, as it had fully taken West Bank from Jordan. So using this leverage, a peace accord was worked out between the neighbors. The US would act as a mediator, and it negotiated a peace accord between Israel and Egypt. The negotiations happened at Camp David, which is a presidential retreat for the US president in the United States. It's like a resort where US president takes a retreat. So at Camp David, Israel, Egypt, they mediated, negotiated, and established peace between themselves. The Camp David Accords of 1979 settled the conflict, ended the tensions between Israel and Egypt permanently. According to the deal, Sinai would be returned back to Egypt. Israel would give back Sinai Desert, Sinai Peninsula. In return, the condition was Egypt has to recognize Israel. Recognize Israel and set up official ties with Israel. This was the condition. And also ensure that it doesn't give any support to Gaza. Ensure it doesn't provide support from here, because that is one access point. You have a very important crossing there, which is in news today as well, right? Even in the last week, there is an important crossing point here from Egypt to Gaza. It's called the Rafah crossing. The Rafah crossing, which is a checkpoint between Gaza and Sinai of Egypt. So Egypt's condition was it shouldn't support the Palestinian terror movement, shouldn't give any support here through Rafah crossing, and accept Israel's existence and set up ties with Israel, peaceful ties, and never go to war with Israel. So all the conditions were accepted, and Sinai Desert was given back to Egypt. So today, the whole Sinai Peninsula belongs to Egypt again. A similar peace accord was worked out between Israel and Jordan as well. Now, Jordan, which had lost the conflict, which was holding a lot of Palestinian refugees, because all these conflicts had pushed lakhs of Palestinian refugees into Jordan, which was becoming a burden for Jordan as well. This was also a factor. Jordan was dealing with the refugee flow. So, using all these factors as a leverage, Israel and Jordan negotiated a settlement, and even they struck peace by 1990s. Is that clear? So Jordan made permanent peace with Israel, gave up all the rights in return for peace with both the sides. So Jordan would become the second country here, the second Arab state to recognize Israel and have official diplomatic ties with Israel. Kindly remember this. Egypt was the first, Jordan was the second to recognize Israel and set up ties with Israel. Because until 2020, no other country in the region would recognize Israel and have ties with Israel. Only two Arab states, Egypt and Jordan. These were the only two who recognized the country and had ties with Israel until 2020. Now, by this time, there was something else happening parallelly. 1970s was a crucial decade. Something else happened parallelly, which would change the geopolitics of the region. US and Israel were obviously aligned together with European countries. Britain, France, Germany, they've all supported Israel all the time. They've given funds, technology, weapons as well. So they were all on one side. Now, because of the oil crisis, US got closer to Saudi Arabia. They built a strategic partnership. US started working with this authoritarian government. Until 1970s, all the Arab countries, Muslim countries were together. They were united in their support to Palestinian cause. But finally, a split emerged. US and Israel engineered a split. They brought the Sunni powers led by Saudi Arabia on their side. The Sunni powers, right? They secretly aligned with them as Iran emerged as a Shia conservative country following its revolution. As Iran became the Shia power after Iranian revolution, right, and declared rivalries with the Sunni states, the sectarian divide had opened up. Parallelly, US and Saudi and Sunni powers had become strategic partners because to stabilize the oil market, right? So this led US and Saudi to form a secret partnership with Israel. It exists even today. Saudi Arabia may not publicly recognize Israel, it may not have official ties, but they have a secret understanding where Saudi withdrew support for the Palestinian groups. Understood? The Sunni powers led by Saudi Arabia, they largely withdrew the support for Palestinian outfits such as PLO and many other Palestinian terror organizations. A secret understanding was reached to stabilize the region where, because see, for them publicly it's not possible to recognize Israel. As Palestinian movement has a lot of support amongst the people in West Asia, these governments will feel threatened. The people will rebel against them, right? There will be protests in Saudi Arabia, rebellion in Saudi Arabia if the kingdom openly declares friendship with Israel, right? Similarly with all the other countries as well. So they couldn't officially set up ties, but secretly they could work with Israel and withdrew support from Palestinian terror outfits. Whereas Iran, the Shia power, now became hell-bent on targeting the other three. As Iran was threatened by US, Israel, and Saudi Arabia, it faced a common threat from all of them, right? Again, Iran is not alone to be blamed. US has always targeted Iran after the Iranian Revolution, right? You'll understand more about it in the next topic. Israel as well saw Iran as a threat, and Iran also declared rivalries, promising to wipe out Israel from the map. The Shia Sunni powers became immediate rivals because of their sectarian divide. So Iran became even more aggressive. it would work with other Shia powers like Syria and Lebanon to step up the support for Palestinian groups. So, can you see how complex the situation is getting? It gets even more complex. All right. So, this was the situation by, let's say, 1990s. In a way, the Sunni Arab states had made their secret peace without official relations. They had withdrew support from Palestinian groups. It was only Iran with other Shia powers like Syria, Lebanon that were supporting the Palestinian outfits. Now, something else happened. There was a very, very big development in 1990s. In 1990s, Norway acted as a neutral mediator between Israel and Palestine and the PLO primarily, the terrorist outfit, the Palestinian Liberation Organization. The PLO was seen as a political representative as well of the Palestinian people. So with Norway's mediation and with support of US, Israel struck a deal with PLO itself. Until then, PLO was a terror group waging terrorist war against Israel, fighting for Palestine. There were many other Palestinian terror groups as well, by the way. But as PLA was the most influential group, it was seen as a legitimate political representative as well. Israel and PLO struck a deal which is popularly known as the Oslo Accords. The Oslo Accords of 1990s. With Oslo Accords, PLO transformed into the Palestinian Authority, which would administer Palestinian areas. That's West Bank and Gaza, basically. The former terror group was now recognized as a political authority by Israel, and it became the Palestinian Authority, or PA. It was given full administrative control over Gaza and West Bank, with headquarters at Ramallah in West Bank. Ramallah is near Jerusalem, on the side of Jerusalem in West Bank. This became the administrative capital of Palestinian Authority. Now, the control given to Palestinian Authority was not complete control. It was not full independence. It was only some limited administrative control over some areas. Israel still remained under the occupation of certain territories, and it would continue to expand its annexation. Let me just open a new slide to discuss what happened later. After striking peace with PLO, the Palestinian Authority became the representative of Palestinian people. It got some limited powers, limited autonomy was given under Israel's sovereignty itself. It was looking after the administration of West Bank and Gaza, while Israel continued increasing its Jewish settlements, again in violation of international law. Throughout 1990s and early 2000, coming all the way till now, in the last 30 years basically, Israel has continued to expand illegal Jewish settlements in West Bank. This is blatantly illegal under international law. Essentially, it is eating away Palestinian territory day by day, throwing Palestinians out of their homes, capturing their land, and giving it to illegal Jewish settlers. This is being done in a so-called legal manner. They brought out some laws. The judiciary will pass ruling. Everything is biased. It's biased towards the Jews, where Arab land, Palestinian land is being taken away in West Bank, and slowly the Jewish settlements are increasing day by day. That is why these settlements are illegal. It's called occupied territories. Everyone calls it occupied territory. Please don't assume I'm biased against Israel here. I know it's a sensitive topic. It's not my personal opinion. This is the global stand. India, US, all European countries, the allies of Israel, they themselves call this occupied territory. The all Palestinian territories are occupied territories. It's under illegal Israeli occupation. US itself calls it Israeli occupied territory. This Israeli occupation has increased day by day, triggering even more tensions and diluting Palestinian rights day by day. The dream of Palestinians to have their own country has almost been erased because of this large scale illegal occupation that Israel is carrying out. Is that clear? Now, when all of this was happening on one side, in 1987, a branch of Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt, which is a radical organization, an extremist outfit, would set up a notorious group which is called your Hamas. Right today, Hamas is a household name in the last 1 week. I'm sure many of you wouldn't have heard about it, or at least common people wouldn't have heard about it. This is like their 9/11 moment. Just like 9/11 attacks made Al Qaeda popular, a household name, similarly, today Hamas has become a household name since the 7th of October. This group was founded in 1980s. Initially, it was more of a political extremist organization. All right. Parallelly, there was another outfit called Hezbollah, based out of Lebanon. And both these outfits would get support from the Shia powers, Iran and Syria. All right. Iran and Syria are the primary sponsors of Hamas and Hezbollah. So, between 2005 2007, there was a major development in Palestinian territory which is under Palestinian Authority. Elections were held for the Palestinian Authority, and Hamas which was contesting against another Palestinian group called Fatah, defeated Fatah in the elections and violently captured Gaza Strip. Hamas got full control over Gaza by 2007. It defeated the other political faction, the Fatah, which was seen as a more moderate faction of the Palestinian Authority, which was governing both West Bank and Gaza. So within the Palestinian movement, a split emerged where Hamas defeated Fatah in the elections. All right. It had contested the elections. As I told you, it was a political extremist outfit at that point. It gained full control over Gaza following a brief conflict between Hamas and Fatah. Within Palestinian groups, there was a conflict that broke out. So by 2007, Hamas gained full control over Gaza and it emerged as a violent terrorist organization. Many countries refuse to see Hamas as a terror group. The supporters of Hamas, they see Hamas as a liberation movement, as a national revolutionary movement, which is fighting for Palestinian rights. But Hamas is a group which has used brutal violence. You can't qualify such groups as revolutionary movements and liberation movements. So most countries, including India, US, and all of them, they have always recognized Hamas as a terrorist outfit. Understood? Hezbollah as well is actually a political extremist organization, but its violent activities leads to its labeling as a terrorist organization. Israel and US have designated Hezbollah as well as a terror outfit. Is that clear? So these extremist organizations started their low-scale terrorist war against Israel. Hamas especially would use Gaza Strip to fire rockets, to carry out attacks against Israel and the Jews. And every time, Israel would retaliate with brutal force, using disproportionate force against Gaza Strip, killing several civilians as well. This became a common trend in the last 20 years. In the last 2 decades, this has been a common pattern. Hamas has been getting support regularly, either via Egypt or through Mediterranean, right? There are many secret underground tunnels that are dug from where external support keeps coming in for Hamas. So after Hamas captured Gaza Strip, Israel imposed a full blockade of Gaza. Israel turned Gaza into an open prison. It imposed a full land blockade. It has fenced the entire Gaza Strip with advanced high security fencing. It has closed the Egyptian crossing as well by putting pressure on Egypt. The Rafah crossing has been very tightly regulated. And in the Mediterranean Sea, which you saw on the other side, there is a naval blockade where Israeli Navy imposes a blockade, doesn't allow any supplies to come into Gaza. So this has made Gaza Strip, which is a region of 2 million population, it has turned it into a open prison, one of the largest prisons in the world. So it's referred to as an open air prison. But despite the blockade, some countries like Iran, Syria, and others, they have managed to smuggle weapons and funds and material for Hamas, especially by using the sea route and even the land route from Egypt through underground tunnels, secret tunnels from Sinai. Lot of weapons, funds, and every other support has been smuggled into Gaza Strip, through which Hamas has built up its formidable military power. It has thousands and thousands of rockets at its disposal. It's not only procuring rockets, it's building its own rockets. Right? It has trained its terrorists to specialize in rocket building. Right? So by using material, they are turning that into rockets. And every now and then they fire rockets to the other side into Israeli civilian areas, killing few innocent Jews. And Israel retaliates for this by carrying out massive airstrikes and ground operations. So in the name of targeting Hamas, which is a terror group, Israel commits violations against Gaza civilians. So this has become a never-ending humanitarian crisis. It's become a cycle, a constant cycle of violence. This is where Israel is accused of using disproportionate force. It's a very valid concern. Even India has expressed this concern many times, as it leads to large-scale human rights violations. That's why Israel has been dragged many times to the UN Human Rights Council. It's been accused of war crimes and crimes against humanity. If Israel, let's say Hamas fires few rockets and kills few Jews on the other side, Israel will retaliate with airstrikes and ground operations that will kill a few hundred Palestinians, right? Along with killing Hamas terrorists. That's a rightful action. Israel has a right to defend itself. But killing civilians on a large scale is not acceptable, right? Palestinian civilians pay the price for this. So as a result, Israel is accused for violating human rights. It's dragged to UNHRC as well. So this cycle of violence has become a constant in the region. Now, apart from this, the settler annexation has increased in the last decade. It has constantly gone up from 2010 to 2023. So this obviously has contributed to more tensions. More and more Israeli settlers are illegally occupying Palestinian land. They are slowly eating away Palestinian rights. Along with that, Israeli police have prevented access to Palestinian Muslims from accessing the sacred Al-Aqsa Mosque, especially during the sacred Ramadan month. Deliberately, Israeli police will intervene, trying to prevent Palestinians from entering the mosque. Israel says that Palestinians are accumulating here to plan terror attacks. They are accumulating here after attacking Israeli authorities. All right? But there is documented evidence to show that Israel's deliberate intervention is actually not necessary. Yes, there are few radicals who have misused the sacred sites, but that is not a justification for targeting the whole community during the sacred Ramadan month. So this leads to violent clashes at Al-Aqsa. It has happened several years in the last few years. It has happened several times. There are few Palestinians from West Bank who might carry out some attacks against Israeli police. They might throw stones or they might use these petrol bombs, right? They will carry out some kind of attack like this and they run into the mosque. So when Israeli police go behind them, in the name of targeting these protesters and the mobs, they prevent the genuine access to the pilgrims and beat up the pilgrims brutally. Right? Even women, children are not spared by the Israeli police. So this leads to a violent clash, increasing tensions even further. And this became the cause for the 2021 war between Israel and Hamas. Prior to the latest war, another war had broken out 2 years ago. You may not be aware of this. Because of frequent clashes at Al Aqsa between Israeli police and Palestinian Muslims, right? Hamas retaliated for the violations by carrying out major rocket strikes. Thousands of rockets were fired, killing few Israeli civilians. It was a brutal terror attack itself. Now, for this attack, Israel retaliated with a massive airstrike along with a limited ground invasion that caused the 2021 war 2 years ago. After a few days of conflict, a ceasefire was called and the conflict had been stabilized. Is that clear? But now, in the last 2 years, there are some dramatic events that have happened. Major changes have happened in the region in the last 2 to 3 years. So, all of this has to do something with what happened on 7th October. The unprecedented Fidayeen style attack that Hamas carried out, where it has killed almost 1,300 innocent Israelis, which in one of the most brutal terrorist attacks ever seen. It hasn't happened without a reason. It's not a random strike. It is well planned, well orchestrated, and there is a strong reason and motivation behind it. There is a geopolitical reason behind it. To understand that, you need to understand the Abraham Accords. You need to understand the broader geopolitics, what changes were happening here from 2020 to 2023. This is the trigger for Hamas. There's a reason why such a large scale attack was planned. Hamas has deliberately planned a large scale attack to invite a retaliation because Hamas knows what will happen if Israel retaliates, not just to the people of Gaza, but what will happen to the West Asian geopolitics. In 2020, US President Donald Trump achieved something remarkable. Despite all issues associated with Donald Trump, he achieved something remarkable in West Asia. He had initiated a peace process, a secret peace process, where US was mediating between Israel and UAE. All right, in 2020, the two countries signed the historic Abraham Accords. It's named after Abraham, the patriarch of Islam, Christianity, and Judaism. It's a very apt name given that a Jewish country and an Islamic country are finally coming together. Now, this deal wouldn't have happened without the blessings, the secret behind the scene blessings of Saudi Arabia. As I told you, the Saudis already have a secret equation with US and Israel. Saudi may not have direct ties with Israel. It may not recognize Israel today as well. But they have been working secretly for many years. Saudis had withdrawn support from Palestinian groups. So with the blessings of Saudi, Israel and UAE under US mediation, they struck the Abraham Accords, which made UAE the third Arab country to recognize Israel. Remember, I told you Egypt and Jordan were the only two Arab countries to have ties with Israel. Finally, after so many years, in 2020, UAE became the third Arab state to recognize Israel and set up ties with Israel. So, in the last 3 years, their relationship has been normalized. Extensive relations have been set up. Along with setting up embassies, they have started economic relations. Direct air connectivity has been established, and economic cultural relations are being pursued between Israel and UAE. This is a massive shift in West Asia. Now, do you know this was followed by few other countries as well from the region which recognized Israel? After UAE signed Abraham Accords, there were few other countries from MENA, Middle East, North Africa region, which joined this process. Do you know which countries they are? Very good. Bahrain became the second country. Bahrain became the second country to sign Abraham Accords, which made it the fourth Arab state to recognize Israel, set up normal ties with Israel. Again, Bahrain couldn't have dared to do this without Saudi's approval. Without Saudi blessing, this cannot happen because Bahrain is a puppet of Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia has complete hold over Bahrain. All right. If Bahrain signed Abraham Accords, it's a clear signal that Saudi Arabia had blessed the deal. All right. So it became the fourth Arab state. This momentum was used by Donald Trump to convince few African countries, Sudan and Morocco, to sign similar agreements. They are not party to Abraham Accords. Please understand. Sudan, Morocco have not signed Abraham Accords. They have signed similar agreements with Israel, recognizing the country and setting up ties with Israel. Now, this was a paradigm shift, a complete transformation in West Asian geopolitics. Understood? Imagine 4 countries from the region recognizing Israel, setting up ties with Israel. Sudan, Morocco also set up ties. They didn't sign Abraham Accords, but similar agreements were signed. And in the last few months of 2023, very strong rumors came up that we are just weeks away from a deal between Israel and Saudi Arabia itself. There were very, very strong rumors in the diplomatic community that Israel-Saudi deal is being finalized with US mediation. President Biden was apparently guiding these talks, and it is widely expected that maybe by the end of this year or maximum by 2024, Saudi-Israel deal would have happened, leading to the biggest transformation of the region. Understood? There were many signs available to indicate this. Because see, this year has been very, very dramatic and fruitful. At the start of 2023, something unbelievable happened between Saudi Arabia and Iran. Saudi and Iran normalized their relationship. And guess who mediated between them? A major power acted as a mediator between Saudi and Iran. Very good. It is China. China has massive interest in the region. Its Belt and Road Initiative. It is pumping billions of dollars in the region, and the last thing China wants is conflicts and tensions. So China, which is very influential as much as US, has worked with Saudi Arabia and Iran together with the Sunni and Shia powers, and it worked out a detente, meaning a peace. It worked out a peace between them. And these rivals, historical rivals, who have always targeted each other with covert proxy war, they agreed to normalize the relationship, and they had started normalizing the relationship. This was unbelievable when it happened, right? This was an earth-shattering event engineered by China. It was largely good for the whole region, good for Indian interests as well, good for American interests as well. So Saudi-Iran came together, re-established their diplomatic ties, which had been cut off previously. They agreed to end the civil wars going on in the region. Remember the civil war I mentioned in Syria and Yemen? These were not genuine civil wars. These were planned, triggered, sponsored civil wars. Saudi Arabia with US and Israel sponsored the Syrian civil war to remove Syrian President Assad from power, who's an Iranian ally. As Syria has supported Hamas and Hezbollah, right? Israel, US and Saudi, they targeted the Syrian president by triggering the civil war, by backing the rebels. That's what pushed the country into a civil war in 2011. Iran countered this by sponsoring a civil war in Yemen by backing the Houthi rebels to topple the pro-Saudi government in Yemen. This had again destabilized the region. Now that Saudi Iran were striking a deal, they were normalizing the relationship, re-establishing diplomatic relations. They agreed to end the civil wars, bring the conflicts to an end. As part of this, all diplomats here, they started working overtime to ensure Syria, Yemen become stable as soon as possible. All right. Syria was readmitted into an important regional group. The Arab countries brought back Syria into a regional organization. It was dismissed when the civil war had started. It was thrown out of the Arab group, and now Syria was brought back as a member. So all the governments here were working overtime to end the wars in Yemen and Syria, which means it would be an end of the covert proxy war between Sunni Shia powers. It was marking the end of the covert proxy war between Saudi Iran led conflict. All right, this was one major shift which happened parallelly. Now, very strong rumors were coming that Israel Saudi are on the brink of a deal. This was very evident at G20 summit hosted by India when the IMEC corridor was launched. The India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor. I'm sure all of you would know about this. You would know the alignment of this proposed route. It will connect India with UAE and Saudi Arabia, a maritime link, then a railway link on land in the Arab region through Jordan into Israel. Israel's Haifa port will be an integral part of this corridor. So from here, the route will extend through Mediterranean Sea to connect with Greece, Italy, then France and Germany. These are the countries part of IMEC corridor with support from US. US is also part of the corridor. Now, this corridor cannot be established without a deal between Saudi and Israel. How will the Saudi rail network, Saudi UAE rail network, enter Jordan and Israel? See, Jordan is their ally. They'll extend the network into Jordan. But how will the rail network extend into Israel without having a deal between them? Right? Now, Haifa port in Israel is a strategic port which has come under an Indian company, Adani Ports, has recently acquired Haifa port, a strategic Haifa port in the Mediterranean. So there were very strong rumors that US, Israel, Saudi, UAE, and India, they were all part of this normalization effort where this corridor would be established, leading to normalization of ties between Israel and Saudi Arabia. Now, if this happened, if this deal was signed, this is the death of the Palestinian movement. Palestinian movement will end, especially the terrorist movement of Hamas will become useless. Hamas, Hezbollah will become irrelevant. Can you see that? Because of the deal between Saudis and the Iranians and the proposed deal between Israel and Saudi, if these rivals finally normalize the relations, and if somehow Israel, Iran could have normalized their ties as well in the future, it would be the death of Hamas and Hezbollah. Right? See, Palestinian rights might still be protected through some other arrangement. There were many ideas which were under work. A lot of diplomatic efforts were going on to finally bring some normalcy to this region. This obviously threatens Hamas. Right? And this is the reason for your devastating attack on 7th of October, the last Saturday. Right? You all know what happened. Several Hamas terrorists, thousands of them, in a well-planned, well-orchestrated operation, they infiltrated into Israel and slaughtered innocent civilians. They fired thousands of rockets and carried out a land infiltration, which was unprecedented. They breached the smart walls, the smart fences that have been built by Israel and US. They breached them, used the underground tunnels to infiltrate as well. They used bulldozers and JCPs to destroy the smart fencing. And they entered Israel carrying out a slaughter in Israel. Such an attack is unheard of. It's unprecedented. in many ways, it looks similar to our 2611 attacks, a Fidayeen style attack, a suicide mission with the only goal of holding hostages, killing as many people as possible by waging a urban war, a urban terror war. So more than 1,300 Israelis were killed, and obviously Israel is not going to hold back after this. Right now, Israel is under a right-wing government under Netanyahu. Right, Israel under Netanyahu has been extremely ruthless in targeting these terror groups. So Israel declared full-fledged war against Hamas and declared the complete blockade and even occupation of Gaza. It has given a final warning for the civilians to evacuate North Gaza and move to South Gaza, as Israel is going to step up its military operations. Israel has already dropped hundreds of bombs. A lot of airstrikes have happened, killing thousands of civilians on Palestinian side as well. Almost 3,000 plus Palestinians have been killed. Some of them will be Hamas terrorists, but majority of them will be innocent Palestinian civilians. Now, this is what a humanitarian tragedy looks like. There are no winners in a war. Please understand this. I know it's easy to take sides, easy to say that Hamas is just a terror group, all Palestinians are terrorists, Israel has a right to defend itself, or Israel is just violating human rights. See, it's easy to take a biased position. But trust me, this is such a complicated conflict that there are no easy solutions anymore. It's humanity which is suffering on both the sides today. Innocent Jews have suffered, innocent Palestinians have suffered, right? This is all a result of the geopolitics of the region, what the governments have done, their intelligence agencies have done, what the terrorist groups have done, and everyone is paying the price for it today. So we don't know where things will head. Things are very, very complicated. Israel is maybe looking at a ground invasion, right? And recently, 2 days back, a hospital was bombed and both sides are blaming each other. 500 civilians were killed in a hospital. That is a war crime. Whoever did it, it's a war crime. It's a crime against humanity, right? India also has criticized all these events. But of course, we support Israel's right to defend itself. As this is a blatant terror attack, Hamas is nothing but a terrorist group. Israel has every right to wipe out Hamas. But how Israel will do it is the question. This is where India also has expressed concern that we are worried about Israel's repeated use of massive force. US also is concerned. Even though US is such a close ally, US has shown concern again. It has cautioned Israel not to use ruthless, brutal force. Israel is known to do that. Just like Hamas carries out blatant attacks, Israel is known to use disproportionate force targeting civilians in the name of fighting terrorism. Right? So that can't be an excuse. You can't give an excuse that you're fighting terrorists and kill civilians. Right? So that is why Israel is accused of these large-scale human rights violations. So right now it's a very fluid, volatile situation. And I will explain what is India's stand on all of this. We'll look at India-Israel relations and where India stands on this conflict. That's the last part of my discussion here. Now, when these developments were happening, in 1948, India had given full support to two-state solution. Initially, we were hesitant because it was a communal partition that UN was proposing. Right? Palestinian rights were under threat. Essentially, natives were being removed for settling outsiders. That's how it was being seen in all former colonies, British colonies. It was clearly British colonial imperialism at work. Naturally, India and many other countries, they opposed two-state solution initially. But after the violence escalated, right, the only practical option was this, to create both Israel and Palestine. So India gave full commitment to two-state solution. We wanted Israel to coexist peacefully with Palestine. So both Palestinians and Israelis have their rights protected. Both Jews and Arab Muslims, they'll have their rights protected. But after what Israel did in 1948, when it unilaterally declared independence, India did not recognize this country. India did not recognize Israel in 1948 because this was illegal. It was against the UN plan. Correct? Israel had gone against the UN plan, broken the two-state solution. It never allowed Palestine to be formed. It snatched away Palestinian rights, went on to occupy Palestinian territories. So India did not recognize Israel because of this. All right? This is one phase of our relationship. We had no relations. We didn't even recognize Israel just like others. This was an ideological stand of India. It was an ideological commitment. We were opposed to colonial imperialism. We were opposing the Cold War rivalries which were broken out, where US, Britain, they were all playing these geopolitics. So we opposed all these developments as we were largely non-aligned as well. Right? India did not recognize Israel initially. Our support was fully with the Palestinian movement. In 1950, after Israel won the first war, Israel was now a reality. Whether you like it or not, Israel's existence became a reality. So now, India was driven by a realistic need. We had to keep aside idealism, we had to get realistic, and accordingly, we finally gave recognition to Israel. We recognized Israel as a country. All right? But from 1950 to 1992, even though India wanted to have ties with Israel, because Israel was now an independent country, and India being a non-aligned country which looks after its own interests, we wanted to have ties with Israel as well. Our commitment to Palestine has always been there. We have always supported the two-state solution, even today, even in 2023, as of today, the Modi government also supports Palestine. We want Palestine to be formed. We still support two-state solution. But at the same time, we wanted to have our own ties with Israel. Is that clear? But however, India could not establish these ties. For 42 years, no formal diplomatic ties existed between India and Israel. No formal diplomatic relations could be established. It's not that India didn't want, India actually wanted, but there were other pressure factors. There was a major external pressure factor from the Arab countries. We were held hostage to them as we depended on them for oil supplies. Until 1970s especially, if India had set up ties with Israel, Arab countries would have threatened India and cut off oil supplies to India. India couldn't afford to do that, right? There was no way that India could have done that. It would have destroyed our economy long back. So, by being mindful of the divide between Arabs and Israel, India decided not to set up ties with Israel. There was no other option for India. All right? There was a domestic factor as well, which got added. Political parties in India were concerned about Indian Muslims not voting for them. They feared that if they set up ties with Israel, this was an unnecessary fear, right? But some parties, they saw this through the electoral lens, through domestic politics lens. They believed that if India sets up ties with Israel, that they might lose Muslim votes. This was an unfounded fear, but it was a driving factor, a domestic factor. But the major factor was the external factor, right? Forget the domestic issue. The external factor itself played the biggest role, along with the added impact of domestic politics. So these issues didn't allow India to have ties with Israel until 1992. All right? But however, in 1968, as India, Israel had a lot in common. We had many common concerns and interests. And we wanted to cooperate with each other. All right? Especially with regard to intelligence cooperation and defense cooperation. We wanted to work together. We had common concerns. For example, Pakistan, its nuclear program, the spread of terrorism across West Asia, South Asia. All these were common concerns and interests for India and Israel. So naturally, we wanted to align with Israel. We wanted to set up intelligence and defense relations. But since it was not possible to have formal ties, no formal relations existed, we had to do this secretly. A covert relationship was set up, a secret relation was established by Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, which formed the strong bond between India and Israel. If we had done it publicly, we would have come under pressure from Arab countries. Our oil supplies would have been under threat. Our energy security would have been under threat. And even the Indian diaspora would have been under threat. So given all these considerations, including the domestic political angle, right, formal public relations were not possible. So a secret relationship was established by Prime Minister Indira Gandhi between India's RAW and Israel's Mossad. The two intelligence agencies came together secretly to set up a covert partnership where we would start sharing intelligence, start running joint covert operations along with military assistance. Israel by then, by 1970s, had become a formidable military power, right? It would start supporting India in our military modernization slowly and steadily. So this secret relationship became the foundation for the future relationship that we were going to establish. From 1968 to 1992, our relations remained a secret, right? Not even top ministers and officials in the government knew about it. A very few small set of people in India and Israel were aware of this covert relationship. So we were jointly monitoring Pakistan's nuclear program, which was a common threat. The spread of terrorism across the region was a common threat. So with this focus, we started sharing intelligence. Mossad would train Indian intelligence officers as well, share technology with India, defense technology, and such a secret partnership had formed. Then, once the Cold War ended, and once Saudi normalized its equation with Israel and US in 1979, the perfect opportunity was opening up for India to finally have ties with Israel. Now that Saudi itself had secret ties with Israel from 79 itself, India was no longer under pressure. There was no pressure on India like before. Now that Sunni countries were themselves having secret ties, they had withdrawn support for Palestinian movement. Right? The pressure on India had gone. And once the Cold War ended in 1992, Prime Minister Narasimha Rao, PV Narasimha Rao, diversified India's foreign policy. Remember, we studied this under Southeast Asia and East Asia. India had a need for new friends, new markets, investments, resources. We needed new partners at the global level to replace the Soviet Union. So as we launched Look East policy, focused on Southeast and East Asia region, we improved focus on Africa and Latin America as well. Similarly, we set up ties with Israel. Formal diplomatic relations were finally set up between the two countries. Is that clear? This is how the India-Israel relationship started formally. But before that, a secret relationship existed from 1968 itself in the defense and intelligence domain. Now, this brings us to the last point, the last part of our discussion. How have the relations developed in the last few decades? Obviously, the two countries have become very close strategic partners over the years. Our defense relations have further improved with close intelligence cooperation. And we also have very strong economic ties stretching across many key sectors. Even with regard to science and technology, there is close collaboration between India and Israel. So it's become a very well balanced relationship, one of the most important relationships for India. That is the transformation that you see today. But our support for two-state solution has not diminished. Every government in India, irrespective of the ruling party, have given full support for Palestine, right? Because Palestinians, they deserve to have their country. Their right was snatched away. So we keep supporting two-state solution even now. We even have ties with Ramallah, with the Palestinian Authority. We have a representative office in Ramallah where Indian diplomats are sent to have ties with Palestinian Authority as well, even though it's not a country. But we support the two-state solution for Palestine to be created. At the same time, we have parallelly built very close strategic ties with Israel. All right. So our defense intelligence relations have really gone up. We have opposed the illegal Jewish settlements that are being built. And every time there are clashes, conflicts, and wars, we urge for peace to be restored. We support Israel's right to defend itself against terrorism because we ourselves are a victim of terrorism. We don't tolerate the attacks of Hamas, Hezbollah, or there is another new group called Islamic Jihad. These are the different terror groups of Palestinian organizations. So we completely support Israel's right to defend itself against terrorism, but we urge Israel to reduce tensions, to use proportionate minimal force, and ensure that Palestinian right is fulfilled. We keep urging this even now. In the last few days itself, after the latest war broke out, PM Modi sympathized with Israel, right? We said Israel has every right to defend against terrorism and fight against Hamas. At the same time, India has clearly said we support the two-state solution. We support Palestinian rights. And we want to ensure that civilians are not harmed. Minimal force has to be used. The basic norms of war have to be followed. Civilians should not be targeted. This is a message not just for Hamas, it's a message we have sent for Israel as well. All right? Previously, when Israel would be dragged at UNHRC for human rights violations, India would always vote against Israel. This was the policy of India before. Before 2014, all previous governments have consistently voted against Israel, meaning even we believe Israel has carried out human rights violations by using disproportionate force. But this policy has slightly changed after 2014. The Modi government has slightly changed the policy over here. When these votes come up against Israel at UNHRC, we are abstaining from the vote because we follow a pragmatic, a realistic policy, right? When we abstain from, criticizing Russia, Myanmar, etc., why not Israel? Israel has been a great friend for India, right? It has been a key supplier of arms and weapons. We have a critical economic strategic relationship. So there's no point in targeting countries for their internal issues. And also the very question of human rights has been very subjective. India knows that very well. So we have stopped voting against Israel. We are abstaining from the votes right now. But our support for Palestine continues as it was before. Our support for two-state solution continues. And we keep reminding Israel to not target civilians, to not use disproportionate force. This is the policy that we are using. A much refined, balanced policy is in place, right? And also the geopolitical circumstances have changed, which enables this policy right now. Is that clear? So we support Palestine even today. We support the two-state solution. We urge Israel to not use disproportionate force and target civilians and commit human rights violations. But if votes come up at UNHRC, we abstain from the vote. We don't target Israel. And we defend Israel's right. We support Israel's right to fight against terrorism, to target Hamas, Hezbollah, or any other terror group. Got it? This is the refined, balanced position of India. It's evolved over the decades thanks to the balanced policy of all the subsequent governments. This is not something which we have achieved in just one or few years. It's something which is built up over a period of time, and we have done quite well to, take a balanced stand on this issue. Now, please take a look at the kind of cooperation we have. Today, Israel is one of the top 3 defense suppliers to India. All right. If not top 3, it is definitely in the top 4. If you take all the major defense imports we have made in the last, let's say, 2 decades, the top suppliers are Russia, then USA, France, Israel. These are the top 4 defense suppliers to India. Russia always at the top, and the position 2, 3, 4 shared between US, France, and Israel. The numbers might vary from year to year, but these are the top defense suppliers to India. Right? We have procured many critical platforms like Barak surface-to-air missiles, which is deployed with the Indian Army. Right? India has procured advanced drones for surveillance, intelligence gathering. The Searcher and Heron drones, they are used by Indian armed forces, our paramilitary forces, and intelligence agencies as well. Is that clear? So NTRO, then even RAW, then BSF, Indian Army, Navy, Air Force, they all use Searcher and Heron drones. We have procured Falcon AWACS systems for Indian Air Force. Airborne early warning command control systems. It's basically a radar system mounted on an aircraft, and it acts like a mobile command station. It will scan the whole airspace, identify the enemy aircraft from friendly aircraft, and it will guide aerial operations. It will function like a mobile command station, connecting with all the fighter jets, all the transport aircrafts, and the air bases to make better decisions in a conflict. It's a force multiplier in a network-centric warfare environment. All right. There is very extensive collaboration between our intelligence agencies, both IB and RAW. They collaborate closely with Shin Bet and Mossad. In fact, IPS probationers and intelligence officers in India, they get training from Israeli intelligence services. All right. Mossad is their foreign intelligence agency. Shin Bet is their domestic intelligence agency. We have very close ties with Israeli defense industry and the Israeli defense forces. The Indian armed forces closely collaborate with Israeli defense forces. Even at the industry level, our DRDO collaborates with Israeli defense industries. Today, we are developing weapons jointly. We are developing a long range and a short range missile, a surface to air missile, which is a joint project between Israeli aerospace industry and DRDO. Right? We have many joint exercises and trainings. Cyber security has become a focus as Israel is a leader. Israel is a global leader in both offensive and defensive cybersecurity operations. So India collaborates very closely here in the field of cybersecurity as well. And also note that Israel was one of the few countries in the world which did not criticize our nuclear tests. France and Russia were the other two. These are the 3 major countries that didn't criticize India when we tested nuclear weapons at Pokhran in 98. They all understood why India needed nuclear weapons. Russia wouldn't criticize. It didn't join the sanctions. It rather gave protection for India at the UN. Same with France. It didn't criticize India's nuclear tests, unlike US, China, Japan, and others. Israel was one of them, right? Because Israel itself has not signed non-proliferation treaty. Israel also has kept the option open to develop nuclear weapons, and it's widely believed that Israel possesses nuclear weapons. It's believed that Israel has a secret nuclear program through which it has nuclear assets. So it has not signed NPT, just like India and Pakistan. These are the only three countries which have never signed NPT, along with South Sudan. South Sudan is a different case. It's a new country. It's going through a civil war. It doesn't even have a proper government to sign NPT. So apart from South Sudan, the only three who have deliberately not signed NPT is Israel, India, Pakistan. So this is the kind of close relations we have. You can see this in the space sector and other critical sectors as well. ISRO has close collaboration with Israeli space institutions. The RISAT satellites, which carry the synthetic aperture radar that help in surveillance and imaging. It's a joint project. Synthetic aperture radars, they can capture high resolution pictures of the Earth, even during night time, even when there is a cloud cover. It's better than your optical cameras. Regular Earth observation satellites, which are used for even border surveillance and military purposes, right? Optical instruments are not very effective. They can't take good pictures at night and when there is cloud cover. But synthetic aperture radar payload can overcome this. That's why the RISAT series is a crucial collaboration between India and Israel. In agriculture, Israel is a leader in drought resistant agriculture, animal husbandry, in water management, water conservation, and also in smart agriculture. Israel has really leveraged technology into agriculture. All right, so this is something India would like to learn, because as a desert nation, right, Israel is forced to do this. To survive and thrive, it has to minimize water wastage. That's why it has come out with drought resistant crops, hybrid crops. It has managed to come out with efficient water management practices in animal husbandry, which is water intensive. It has come out with advanced irrigation techniques, which enables efficient water management, water conservation, and also uses smart agriculture, which is controlled with sensors and computers. It's a leader in drip irrigation, in controlled smart drip irrigation. So this is something we would like to learn as we face similar challenges. We have water scarcity. We have multiple drought hit areas. Desalination is another technology, right? Israel largely takes seawater, desalinates that, and uses for all the potable purposes. India also would like to learn from this. This is an active area of collaboration and across the field of science and tech. In critical emerging technologies, then this basically covers your AI, robotics, etc. So there's a lot of collaboration between Indian Israeli companies, right? Several private companies and startups, they have a lot of collaboration with each other. Even the private sector is closely involved. That's why there are many Indian engineers, doctors, workers, working in Israel. So there's close collaboration here. Then during COVID-19, we collaborated in developing better testing equipment, in vaccine research, etc. So these are the close ties we have with this country, right? It's growing day to day, and that's why we are taking a more balanced position on the issue. We don't vote against Israel anymore at UNHRC. We abstain. But we continue our support for Palestine, and we support the two-state solution, and we urge both sides to respect human rights, to not target civilians. This is our balanced position. We have spent more time on it than usual because of the recent developments. The topic becomes extremely important because of that. Now, before I take up India-Iran, there's another development, which is the I2U2 initiative, which was launched last year. It's an economic partnership between India, Israel, which stands for I2, UAE, USA, which stands for U2. These four like-minded countries have come together to form this economic partnership. All right. They are looking to promote economic collaboration between the four countries. So please be aware of this as well. The idea is to pool their resources. India's biggest resource is human resource, and as well as cheap labor, availability of land, and other resources. This is our strength, right? We have educated youth, we have skilled professional workers like engineers, doctors, and whatnot, right? We can provide cheap labor with enough land and resources available. Whereas Israel can bring technology. It's a global leader in technology. UAE can bring the money, right? It is sitting on massive amounts of petrodollars it has accumulated. USA can bring money with technology. So the idea is to pool the resources together to drive common, mutually beneficial projects. For example, initially they are funding a food processing initiative which is coming up in Gujarat. This is one of the initial projects that has been launched by I2U2. Israel will give the agriculture and post harvesting technologies. It will work with UAE and USA to raise the funds to get the capital. India will provide the land and the labor to ensure a massive food park comes up in Gujarat, focusing on food processing. It will minimize food wastage, improves food security, and benefits farmers. Right? It could benefit all the four countries. So this is one initiative under I2U2. So this completes my detailed discussion of Israel and all the geopolitical issues of the region. We are left with the last topic, that's India, Iran. But first, let's look at your questions then. Because we have covered so many topics, let's look at your doubts. And then if time is left, we can just get an introduction and we'll pick it up in the next class. Vedashri is asking, if Abraham is common to the three religions, then why are they fighting? That's what happens with most religions, right? Religions, they move apart even though they have a common origin, right? The ideologies have evolved, they have diverged from each other, and there are extremists in every religion, right? Extremism is not limited to any religion. No religion preaches extremism, but there are extremists who misuse religion, give it a wrong interpretation. You find that in every faith, right? We have seen in Buddhism as well, there are radical Buddhists, right? Be it Christianity, be it Islam, Hinduism, Sikhism. We have seen the Khalistan movement, its connections with religion, right? Again, problem is not with any religion. No religion preaches hate, or no religion at the core preaches violence. It's people who have misinterpreted faith, extremists who have misinterpreted faith for their own political selfish interests. So obviously, the Abrahamic faiths have diverged, leading to religious differences and religious conflicts. Abhijit is asking, sir, in recent times, we have been hugely borrowing crude oil from Russia. First of all, let me correct you. We are not borrowing, we are purchasing it. We are buying crude oil from Russia. We are paying for it. And it has significantly reduced dependency on Gulf countries. Will it affect our ties with the Gulf? No, not really. Our oil requirement is so huge that Russia can't alone meet that. All right. We will diversify our oil supplies. See, India has learned one very big lesson. In the past, we were largely dependent on West Asian countries for oil supplies. When you have a limited source, they will get more leverage on us. That's why we were under their influence. We couldn't set up ties with Israel. We couldn't do a lot of things because we were obliged to West Asian countries as they were giving us oil. So we have always learned that lesson to diversify, to get oil from as many different sources as possible. Today we procure oil from Venezuela, from African countries, from Central Asian countries. So we will never depend on one country. Just because we have increased purchase from Russia doesn't mean we'll entirely depend on Russia, right? We will never do that. We don't want to depend on one country alone, because if tomorrow something happens, that will hit our energy security. So it's always good to diversify. Just like you diversify your portfolio, your investments. You put all your investments in one basket. Tomorrow it crashes. You lose all your wealth, right? So you always diversify. So we do the same in our oil procurement. And also, uh, Russia alone can't meet our requirement. We need other sources. So we are very diversified in our oil procurement. So what you're saying is not factually correct. Next, Abhijit has one more question. Everything that happens in UN somewhere can be incredible as Palestine is not recognized as a country, not part of UN. How does UN get involved? See, UN is meant to resolve any conflict, establish peace anywhere in the world, right? To begin with, Israel was not a country. Palestine was not a country as well. To settle the whole issue, UN had to get involved. Is that clear? So Israel, Palestine, both were not countries at one point. Palestine was under British mandate after the World War. Israel never existed. So to resolve this conflict between Jews and Palestinian Arabs, UN had to mediate. UN was the neutral agency to mediate. In the end, it proposed a two-state solution. And also remember, Palestine has observer status at UN. As it's not a country yet, right? It doesn't have full membership. It's not a UN member state like India or Israel, but it's an observer. It's been given observer status. Ilma is asking, as Israel had captured the area of Palestine, due to that PLO had formed, so it became a terrorist organization. As the same thing was done by News of Israel when they returned from Egypt and called for their homeland. Okay, if you're asking if Palestinian occupation by Israel led to rise of PLO, yes, that's correct. As Israel occupied Palestinian territories, that's what led to these uh, extremist terrorist movements led by some Palestinians who are trying to fight for their independence. Satya is asking, how does a newly formed country like Israel have the strength to face a three-front war against Egypt, Transjordan, Lebanon, even Syria? Not just three-front, it was a four-front war. A new country like Israel could stand up and defeat all of them, right? Because it was getting complete Western support. Britain and US, they gave enormous funding with supply of weapons and technology, right? That played a critical role in strengthening Israel, which allowed Israel to defeat all the four Arab countries. Kishan is asking, if we have the largest Islam population, we can make an informal group to counter Pakistan because there's only four countries who is opposing India. See, again, any such initiative will not get enough support. You need enough traction. You can't keep on creating groups, right? So what's the point in creating multiple organizations if you don't get enough support? So India has sought OIC membership before, but of late we have stopped doing it after Pakistan created all these problems, right? Repeatedly it brought up Kashmir and other issues, got support from Turkey and Malaysia. We have stopped bothering about OIC's membership. If OIC expresses a position on Kashmir or other internal problems of India, we reject it. We say that OIC has no stand on India's internal matters. Right now, we are not looking at OIC membership as well, and there's no point in seeking the formation of another group separately just because Pakistan is creating problems. Shaylee is asking, when they're not democratic, how can elections be conducted? If you're referring to Palestinian territory, why not? Even if it's not a country, elections can be held because there is a Palestinian Authority to look after the administration, right? So you had this major party called Fatah. Hamas was the other party which came up. So to decide who has to administer the Palestinian areas, elections were held. It need not, I mean, doesn't mean you should be an independent country or a democracy to hold elections. As long as international law applies, even in conflicted areas, elections can be held. Dinesh is asking, what were people of Gaza Strip doing when Israel built the big walls of open prison? Why didn't they retaliate against it or opposed it? They opposed it, but what could they do? Right? The Palestinian terror groups would continue their terror attacks, but the normal people, the civilians, they just can oppose. Apart from that, they are powerless against the powerful state of Israel. Didn't international countries condemn it? Some countries condemned the creation of the wall and the blockade, but US helped Israel. US gave funds to build that wall, which you are seeing in news today. The wall which bifurcates Gaza Strip from Israel, it was funded by US. right? The technology also comes from US. Together, US, Israel have built it. So the blockade has been criticized. Many countries have criticized the blockade. It's completely inhuman, right? For example, when the latest war broke out, Israel has cut off water supply, electricity, and other basic essentials. Now, this is squeezing Gaza. There are 2 million people there, 24 lakh people, right? There are civilians. If you cut off water and electricity, how will they survive? How will patients survive in the hospitals? Given the airstrikes which are happening, right? The injured will be treated. Without electricity, water, the patients will die. So, this is brutal inhumanity which is on display. That is why Israel faces criticism regarding disproportionate use of force. Shreyank is asking, is there any possibility of China sponsoring helping Hamas to derail IMEC? No. No country would go to that extent. IMEC is still in initial stages, right? And China also has said it doesn't really rival BRI. BRI will stand on its own, IMEC will stand on its own. So it's impossible for China to have sponsored Hamas. Shreyank is asking why China is able to make every country follow its directions. Because it has money influence, right? Money matters. Its economic influence, diplomatic influence leads other countries to follow what China is asking them to do. Dinesh is asking what happens after any voting on UN platforms. If voting takes place, according to the resolution, some action can be taken. If you're referring to UNHRC voting, if it's allegations related to human rights violations, war crimes, etc., UNHRC can set up a panel, an international team of investigators who will be given access. Mandatorily, the country should give access to the UN team to inspect, to see whether these violations have happened, to collect evidence. And based on that, further action can be taken on such countries. Sanctions can be imposed, cases can be brought up at International Criminal Court, etc. Kamlesh is asking, is there any collaboration between India and Israel regarding Iron Dome technology? Not as of now. We have shown interest, but we don't need it because we don't face the same kind of threat as Israel. I'm sure all of you know about Iron Dome, right? It's a air defense, a very sophisticated, automated air defense system Israel has built to shield from the rockets fired by Hamas. As Hamas has regularly fired rockets, hundreds and thousands of them, Israel has created an air defense system, right? The radars will automatically pick up these small rockets. It will track the trajectory. It will launch counter strikes to eliminate these rockets. 99% of them are intercepted. If they are especially headed towards civilian areas, that's when it's intercepted. If it's landing in a uninhabited area, the interception will not be done. Why waste a missile for that, right? So it's such a sophisticated technology. It can determine where exactly the rocket will land. If it is likely to land in a civilian area, only then it will be intercepted. Automatic sirens are triggered. The moment rocket launches are detected, sirens will go off across Israel, which means people have to rush into bomb shelters and hide until the siren goes off. So all such measures have been put in place. So Iron Dome is critical to give that protection for Israel and the civilians. India has shown interest, especially in Kashmir. We do see such firings happening, but not to the same scale. Because if you look at Gaza and Israel, they're highly populated. It's a very dense urban area. Whereas in our case, it's a largely a remote area. We don't face such intense rocket strikes. So it's also very expensive to implement, right? In small areas like Israel, Gaza, yes, it works. But on entire borders like India, Pakistan, it'll be ineffective. Ritika is asking, what does Russian stand on Israel? Russia has again taken a very balanced stand. Also, Russia, what else can it do? Because Russia itself is criticized of using force against Ukraine. Russia itself has broken international law by violating Ukraine's sovereignty, right? So it has urged Israel to act with restraint, but it has been more balanced because it knows Hamas, what it has done is a brutal act of terrorism. Difference between nation and state, both are same. Nation and state, both are same. Is there any Palestine-Israel deal recognizing promising statehood? No. Only deal is the Oslo Accord between Israel and PLO, where some Palestinian territories were given to the Palestinian Authority, which was formed. So some kind of autonomy was given to these areas. Anjali is asking why Israeli intelligence failed to check on Hamas and their plan. It was obviously an intelligence failure, a colossal intelligence failure by Mossad and the Shin Bet, because they should have foreseen this planned attack. So it means there is a massive failure. We'll know only later if Israel reveals any details, right? We are in no position to identify what exactly caused the intelligence failure. All right. So, guys, let's end the discussion here for today. We'll meet tomorrow. We'll continue with Iran. We'll finish USA and Russia. And there are a few smaller topics left, which we'll try to wrap up in the remaining classes. I hope today has been a fruitful session. We have covered many important topics, including the complex Israel-Palestine issue. I hope you guys liked it. So let's see you tomorrow. Till then, take care. Do let me know how the class went. Have a good day.